Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this workshop that we have organized for you. It is absolutely a pleasure to welcome you to this discussion on very important communication technology, which is a 5G. We have more than 300 people registered, so we are really looking forward to an exciting discussion ahead of us today. We are going to have a number of presentations, a number of panel discussions on the topic of 5G, and I will just give you a short introduction to some of the topics that we are going to be covering, and a little bit of background what ERTICO itself is doing on this topic before I hand over to the European Commission and Mr. Peter Stuckmann. So I hope that you can see my slides. This is a stakeholder workshop on 5G corridors. Oops, just a second. On 5G corridor deployment in the perspective of CEF2 Digital and the Recovery and Resilience Plan. My name is Željko Jeftić. I am Deputy Director of Innovation and Deployment Team here at ERTICO ITS Europe. I will not say so much about ERTICO. One thing that is very important to highlight is that we are public-private partnership. We have both public authorities as members, vehicle manufacturers, we have transport and technology industry, and many other stakeholders from research, academia, telecom operators, and it is absolutely fantastic working with all of these stakeholders on the topics of intelligent transport systems and improving mobility. Now, what we also do to a large extent is projects, and we have a number of 5G related projects. These are some examples of them. I will not go into describing these projects right now. Projects such as 5G Mobix or 5G Loginov, we are coordinating ourselves, and the other 5G projects we are participating. Now, 5G is also very important for us because almost all of our projects are dealing with communication, and 5G is a very important communication channel. So we are working with 5G in many, many more projects than these ones. What I was also mentioning is that we all have public authorities, is that even though we are working a lot with 5G, we also always need to remember why does each technology matter. And I just want to highlight this aspect that while we are working on standardization of technology, while we are working on piloting and implementing technology across Europe and beyond, we always have to keep in mind why does this matter. And here are the three internal targets that we have set upon ourselves. And those are the targets to support the European Green Deal and decarbonization as set by European Union. We aim to contribute to saving 1 million tons of CO2 emissions by 2030. Considering the Vision Zero, we aim to support not only the European Vision Zero, but we also aim to support concretely saving 10,000 lives on European roads by 2030 as well. And also looking at the transport efficiency, we are going to try to contribute to saving 1 million hours of transport inefficiencies, for example, traffic congestions from European roads. So 5G is extremely important for us. It is one of the pillars for more intelligent mobility in the future, and already today, by the way. But we always are measuring how is this going to contribute specifically to the societal targets that we have ahead of ourselves. This is very important, especially, for example, when it comes to decarbonization for our cities, which are members of ERTICO. They, of course, are very much convinced that we need to have more technology, new technology, but also what does this mean in real life? That said, I will hand over now the word to the European Commission and to Mr. Peter Stuckmann. I look forward very much to the panel discussions and hearing more details about each project. But now we are going to listen to all of the fantastic experts. Mr. Stuckmann, the word is yours.
Many thanks, Željko. So really very much appreciated also the role of ERTICO in our activities. And many thanks for organizing this workshop. We know that you're also very active in the 5G connected automotive mobility project, so this is really important. So let me just, so very much welcome from myself as well. So I think we have quite a number of, big number of attendees, around 250, I think now. So that's already very good, the beauties of the virtual conferences. And yeah, so really looking forward to have the opportunity here for all stakeholders to really participate also in the debate. First, of course, get the views of the panelists, and then also contribute in the discussions. So the idea is indeed today to present a bit the current thinking on the work program for the CEF Digital program that is coming up. And then discuss a bit in the first panel around what would be expected from these corridors in these deployment projects, what would be service requirements, and the main principles that would be governing these activities. And then we would have also at the afternoon, beginning of the afternoon, a panel on cooperation model. So what are the roles of the different players? What are options for them to work together? And we have invited a number of key stakeholders or illustrations for those that will give some thoughts on that. And of course, then the opportunity for everyone to participate and give their views and ask questions. Okay, so with that, we now start with the first panel. So I will give some overview, because we didn't have the possibility to share a draft work program. That's still a bit work in progress. So I will show some current thinking on some slides now. And then we jump into the panel, where we'll have first an introductory presentation from Jesus Alonso Zarate on some use cases and the main activities that is now happening in the Horizon 2020 project, what is coming out of that, what are the main visions and use cases. And then we have 4 panelists of the first panel, Giorgio Tossi-Beleffi from the Ministry of Economic Development in Italy, giving a bit an overview of what is happening, what are the plans in Italy, what is the current thinking there. Also linked to the project 5G Carmen that we are funding, the Brenner corridor experimentations. Then the view from the rail community. So Carsten Kemmeter will give some views on how corridors could look like for the rail sector, and also what are the synergies there between operational services and the gigabit services in trains. Then we have interesting views on the service continuity across the border, really hands-on from a project that is working on that, 5G Mobic. So Fufi Setaki will give her views here. And then also the OEMs, so give the perspective, as a user's perspective, on the requirements and use cases from ASEA, Just van Tom. Okay, so with that, I would then show some slides. Let me see if this full screen will work. Seems okay. Yeah, so just give you an overview on the current thinking in the perspective of CEF Digital and the recovery plan. What are we currently putting into the work program as main principles and requirements? I will give also with the vision, of course, before what is the aim of this activity on 5G corridors. It's really about deployment. So we want to have in Europe, in the course of this decade, a pan-EU network of 5G corridors to enable really on a European scale the connected and automated mobility services in Europe. So as a digital ecosystem where we need this scale and network effects. So really, we have to approach it from a European view with a cross-border perspective. For these early use cases, because 5G, of course, as a multi-service environment, will be able to provide use cases for CAM, but also for any other services that could be interesting around vehicles and roads, and in particular enable CAM services. So this should, of course, mainly be private investment. If you look at the cost, it would be around a bit 5 billion that we estimated. Depends, of course, on the grade of service that you would expect. But of course, we don't finance that all by public money, especially in areas where there's no market failure. So we're concentrating on areas of public interest and on challenge areas, and focusing on the 10T network, but it's not limited to that. But that, of course, will be the core to start with, to have this European scale getting started. So we have earmarked now 1 billion in the CEF Digital program for these 5G corridors over the whole period, which is running until 2027. But we will already front load quite a big part of that, around 300 million in the first few years of this program. So it's really important that we get the common understanding here how these corridors should work, and then we get soon also with two calls that we want to launch end of this year as a target. Of course, there will be also a link to national programs with the recovery plan, Invest EU, so that we're not limiting it to this CEF program, but then we also use, when this is picking up, other funding sources to get this at scale. We're already preparing that, so we have these boxes that you see here, around 80 million that we're investing in these projects where experimentation and tests are running and validation of the technology. And this, you will see some flavors also here today. We don't want to focus on what the project actually delivering. We want to focus really what is the vision of this project, what is coming out of this project in view of the CEF digital program that we want to set up now. Good, just a quick overview. So the overall CEF digital program, CEF2 digital, is 2 billion. So we have also other areas. We have co-funding rates of 30% for inside member states, but for cross-border we can go up to 50%, and also have some activities around socio-economic drivers of 75%. So for the first, we can note for the cross-border corridors there will be 50% funding. We have this market failure intervention logic. We will probably have 2 programs, starting with the first 3 years and then the second part. And we will try to make the synergy with the recovery plan, because the recovery plan is of course now coming up with the member states implementing these plans in the next few years. So this is of course urgent investment also in view of the recovery after the pandemic. There will be 7 actions running from infrastructures to backbones, digitizing public public sector networks, transport networks. And we have a number of coordination and support actions. So we will just focus on the corridors today, just for you to know that there are other areas here. You see backbone infrastructure. Cloud federation will be important, because we also have, of course, cloud and edge will be relevant for the corridor infrastructures. So this we could keep in mind. We might discuss about it later. And then these program support actions, there are some of them that are, you see here, 5G strategic deployment agenda that will also accompany this program as part of the Smart Networks and Services joint undertaking, where stakeholders will also, with the member states, be able to define these deployment agendas and other support actions. So now just 3 slides a bit on what is currently in the work program, what you can expect. We hopefully will be able to share soon more detailed versions. So the first, the principles. So as I said before, we focus on the 10T corridor network, but we don't limit it to it. So it's in principle open to all sections that have European added value. But of course, the focus is on the 10T corridor network. So it's really about, we will start, as we also have the national recovery plans that of course have the possibility to have national sections covered. We start with the cross-border sections with this 50% intervention rate, and this should then be complementary to the projects that will be starting in the national programs. And we have the possibility also in the studies that we will do as part of this program to plan this together, to see what should be the length, when is the national section taking over, and so on. It's important to be consistent with state aid policy. So of course it's a European program, so we're not subject to state aid control or notifications unless member states would co-fund and would channel national money into this project. But if it's a European funding to get with co-funding from the private sector, then in principle it's not under state aid rules. But of course we have to be consistent with this approach, and this means that we are focusing on market failure areas and areas of public interest. In principle, we have also set in the general block exemption regulation, that the state aid instrument in the draft, we have said that we would consider 5G corridors okay, so in line with state aid rules, especially if it's not going over a certain length. And this can be seen as around 10 to 15% of the national highway network. But we, in the CEF program, we plan to make exceptions also for smaller countries, because otherwise they will be very short. So if you have a very small country with a small highway network, it doesn't make sense to fund a project with like 5-10 kilometers. So there will be exceptions for that. and there we don't want to be too strict to stick to this limit if there's a justification that to go up to a certain point that is a bit more than that, then it's also can be justified. Important is, of course, the step change approach that existing infrastructure has to be taken into account, also planned infrastructure in principle, and of course then coverage obligations is considered to be something that will be delivered by the markets. So in that sense, the project has to demonstrate that it will go beyond these deployments that are coming anyway by the market. So this will be important to justify. Can be in terms of better quality compared to what is required, or certain features that you would enable by this project. Yeah, what are the requirements then? So we would require this uninterrupted coverage. That's of course especially important in the cross-border scenario where the service continuity has to be safeguarded. So that's, of course, we know that when we pass borders, so that's of course already a challenge, and this would of course be required by a project to ensure that. And we should use the possibilities of 5G of having this multi-service possibility. So safety services for connected mobility can be ITS, can be for the rail community the future rail mobile communication service, and other services that can be delivered through 5G. So that should then be implemented, of course, over the 5G pioneer bands. So we would say, okay, let's use them, and we would, of course, then say, okay, some challenge areas there might be more coverage challenge to say, okay, this will be so challenging that we won't focus so much on super high capacities because simply not so many cars will pass. Then you might maybe look at lower bands, coverage bands, but then we would, of course, hope that there will be the real 5G services where they are needed, and there you could envisage the mid-band, for example, the 3.6. And then, of course, we have the possibility for synergies and for exploiting benefits also by deploying safety-related services, operational services, FMRCS, or ITS services. Of course, when it comes to short range, we have a number of issues to be taken care of. So compatibility issues. Imagine you have infrastructure at a section where it's already a technology deployed. Then you have to see how does that fit in. Can you think about dual mode? That we leave, of course, to the private sector consortium to see what fits and what is the market that can have interest in these services, especially as part of the overall project. And then, of course, we have spectrum discussions, and we're working on coexistence solutions together with ETSI and the stakeholders involved. And of course, we know that the ITS band, safety band, is open to those that are meeting these services and the requirements of this harmonization decision. And of course, until the coexistence is found, this band can be used by all technologies. We don't want to make a choice here. And then, of course, there's a possibility to see which part of the band is a preferred choice to start with. So of course, we don't want to implement a band split. We just want to see de facto today what is used and where the service can fit in best. So we can cover passive and or active network elements, and if we're going to 5G edge computing, of course, then it becomes more active infrastructure. So this is in scope. We also particularly have the ambition to look into this cloud edge data infrastructures and what is coming up through other parts of the program and major initiatives at European level on the so-called federated cloud infrastructure. And here, of course, we have to accompany the project. There will be a dedicated support action that will really look at the concept here, how to integrate this and define cooperation and integration for these infrastructures. Infrastructure sharing is, of course, encouraged where it brings benefits. And of course, it will be important to, well, it's public money. So in principle, there should be open access, and it should already be clear from the proposal how this infrastructure will be used, so that it's not just funded for an operator that can do some 5G, but we should also see what is coming out in terms of public interest, how can connected automobility services be enabled, how can service providers can use these infrastructures. Then, of course, synergies for service beyond the corridor. Of course, we don't want to frame this in a way to say you can't benefit from synergies. So if infrastructure is deployed and can be useful for areas that are around, that are also challenge areas where it can be beneficial, then that should be considered. Of course, here, again, state aid principles should be looked at. We don't want to overbuild modern infrastructures that are already there. So that's not the aim. Okay, final thoughts on the governance and the stakeholder involvement. So we would see at least 2 different undertakings that would be a part of the consortium. Normally, undertakings or public bodies, of course, that can be involved. But in reality, we would say that should be a bit more. I mean, we should have several operators, not like the winner takes it all. It should be cooperation between operators. We have at least 2 member states involved in these cross-border projects. And then we have possibly other operators, tower companies, infrastructure managers, road operators, service integrators, service providers. That's not limited. That's just to give some illustration what we could expect here. And at the end, it's not, we don't want to see any increase of members just to look good. I mean, at the end, it has to be a sound concept for the deployment. And that's how the consortium should be designed. What is, of course, then important to show when the proposal is submitted, that there is access to the transport path so that the work can really be done, authorizations by the authorities. If there's active infrastructure and services that will be envisaged, then, of course, access to radio spectrum. What is important that it comes out who will own this infrastructure, who will take care of it after the project. So it's not experimentation here, that something is deployed and then might not be used. So it's really long-term usage of these infrastructures. And this has to, of course, to come out. What will be the ecosystem also after the project? How will it work? Member states' role will be important. So we don't want to require member states to submit these proposals. We don't go that far, but there should be a support by the member states, for example, in some support documents, letters that could be attached to the proposal, for example. At the end, the member states have to endorse these projects. And we would, of course, see that cooperation is needed between the member states, so between the authorities, but also, of course, between the different players in the different member states, so that the service continuity and the consistent approach of the corridor can be ensured. Very quickly, how will it look like in terms of timing? We still hope that we can have a first for end of this year, even if we're a bit delayed with the adoption of the work program, so that we can have a first wave of deployment. We're also counting on the project that we're funding in Horizon that already do some studies and then can have first projects launched next year. And then we will have this first big wave that will be called for end of next year, probably, where we have these studies that we want to launch now as early as possible, beginning of next year, so that this project can be planned also together, possibly with recovery fund money, and then we can launch this big wave, starting basically 2023. Okay, so then, of course, what is important also to remind is these 2 support actions. One that, particularly the 5G strategic deployment agenda, that should work very closely also with the Smart Networks and Services Partnership, because that will be responsible also to adopt these deployment agendas. And then we have this focused activity on the cloud edge infrastructures. That would then develop a concept for looking on both sides. So what happens on the corridor side, what happens on the cloud side. So this European Cloud Federation projects, you maybe know Gaia X, also these activities that we are building up at European level. And then to develop concepts, how to integrate it here, basically work with all the corridor projects, and then ensure that in the last phase or in the later phase of this project, these cloud edge facilities are deployed and integrated in the right way with this approach. So that's the idea. Okay, so we hope that we can publish the work program and then the calls very soon, end of this year. And then you can also expect an information day where we will go through the work program itself and also then answer questions more detailed on the text. Okay, so with that, I will just go back to the agenda and yeah, would then hand over to, of course, we expect that the things I showed now, of course, will be discussed in the panels today, and then also the opportunity to come back to some questions that you have on what I just showed. Okay, so now we go to the introductory presentation from Jesus Alonso Zarate, who is running the 5G-IA working group for the 5G PPP. And he will show, there was a very nice brochure published a couple of months ago, what kind of use cases, why 5G is so important for these CAM services. So looking forward to his presentation.
No? Good. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thanks.
Good. And hopefully you can also see me, right? Good. So thank you very much, Peter, for your introduction. So what I'm going to introduce today to you, I want to talk to you about what the 5G PPP projects that have been working on automotive activities, let's say, have been doing over the last years, and indeed they are still doing. So what we have heard so far is that CEF2 is about deploying the infrastructure and making sure that this infrastructure is used. Before that, in the context of the Horizon 2020 projects, there was an intention to have different projects running tests to validate that 5G can be a very suitable and convenient technology to enable a number of use cases which can bring all the benefits that we have also heard, and I want to very quickly also talk about. So for you to know that I am chairing along with Apostolos Kousaridas from Huawei and Edwin Fischer from Deutsche Telekom, we are running the 5G-IA 5G for CAM working group. So this is a specific working group that now I'm going to tell you about it. But essentially what we want to do is to become a place where different projects talk to each other, exchange information, exchange lessons learned, and make sure that what we are doing together makes sense, and we go in the same direction to get essentially to the CEF2 program and make sure that the deployments that we see across Europe can really make these use cases well, a reality. So to start from the beginning, so we already, I think most of us, we are already familiar with this. So mobility from the vision of the European Commission. So last year was released this strategy for the future of mobility should be sustainable. So we should be friendly with the environment, should be resilient, should be inclusive, and should also be intelligent. So should integrate technology to make sure that we make mobility more efficient, more safer, and more sustainable. So CAM, which is connected and automated mobility, can actually contribute to reduce emissions, to add intelligence to mobility and increase efficiency of the infrastructure we have, boost safety and realize this vision zero to have zero fatalities by 2050 and reduce the number of seriously injured people, and also to improve passenger experience. All in all, this also, of course, contributes to making Europe, to contribute to the competitiveness of Europe and make sure that we generate new opportunities for the economy to make Europe more resilient towards the future and whatever the future brings to us. So for this particular reason, and as Peter Stugman has already introduced, in the context of Horizon 2020, there was a particular program, it was the 5G PPP, so the private-public partnership, that among other activities was funding projects in different topics of 5G. And some of these projects were focused on road mobility. For this particular reason, we created the 5G Automotive Working Group, originally led by Mikael Fahlgren from Ericsson, and then I took over in 2018 to lead this group where we try to create a forum for discussion across all these 5G PPP projects and make sure that there is some kind of coordination. In July this year, we have decided to, all the ecosystem, the telco ecosystem has decided to enhance the interaction with the mobility world. So make sure that we don't talk only among the ICT players, but we also talk to all the stakeholders in the mobility ecosystem. And for this particular reason, we have decided to widen the scope of the group. And now the name of the group has been renamed to 5G for CAM, because we do no longer want to talk only about telecommunications. We want to make sure that we talk about telecommunications 5G for the service of mobility, and mobility seen in the whole perspective of mobility. So not only roads, but also, I mean, roads, rails, water, air, and whatever means of transportation. Okay, so this is just for you to know that in the context of the SNS, this group is going to have a wider scope, and of course this group represents the interests of the whole program. So mobility, the interaction between 5G, 6G, and mobility is definitely a high priority. So in the context of Horizon 2020, these 5G PPP projects, there were two waves of projects, the so-called ICT 18 and ICT 53. This is the name of the particular calls where the consortia had to submit the proposals. So the ICT 18 projects have been running since 2018 until they are now finishing, I mean, end of 2021 and also beginning of 2022. These are 5G Krakow, 5G Mobix, and 5G Carmen. The focus of these projects was on, and is on, validating 5G technologies for cross-border operation. And the way to do that in the three projects is through demonstrating different use cases. That is, this is what I want to talk to you about today, to show you very briefly, of course, what are the different use cases that can be realized thanks to 5G connectivity. And then we have the second wave of projects, the ICT 53 projects, which started last year, 2020, and will run until 2023. And here we have 4 projects: 5G Blueprint, 5G Rail, 5G Med, and 5G Routes. They are covering different regions in Europe. I will show you a map so that you can put in the map where things are happening. But the message is that these projects have the main focus of validating 5G to make sure that 5G, or to demonstrate, validate that 5G is a suitable technology to enable cross-border connectivity across Europe, and ensure that we can have seamless connectivity without interruption across Europe. So in May 2021, before the Mobile World Congress, in the context of this working group that is coordinating somehow, it's not coordinating, as I said before, it's a forum for discussion. We decided to release a brochure, a very nice brochure that you can download from the link that you have on the screen at the bottom. I'm sure we will be able to share this later. You can also go to the 5G PPP website and easily find this brochure. The idea of this brochure was to visually, in a very easy manner, identify, spot the use cases that are being validated in these projects, to identify what 5G technologies, what features of 5G have been demonstrated in these projects, also to show a cartography, so to show where things are happening, and very briefly also show a timeline, so you know when things are happening and how everything makes sense. So essentially, we have been running the validation phase before the deployment phase, so before CEF2. And now CEF2 can also benefit from the lessons learned in all these projects. So in this brochure, you can find a description of the use cases. There are many. I just want to talk about some of them for you to get a generic view of what is being done. As you can see on the screen, you can see on different columns different use cases and the key KPI that has been identified, which somehow justifies why 5G is a technology, because this particular KPI is specifically needed for these use cases, and 5G seems to be a very suitable technology for that. And you can see in the different rows how the different projects are addressing this. So starting from the beginning, I don't plan to go through all the use cases, but some of them. So for example, teleoperated driving is a very convenient use case where you can essentially drive a vehicle from a distance. Okay, this has many opportunities. I mean, you can run fleets without drivers. You can face the fact that there is a lack of drivers across Europe to ensure that the goods can move across Europe. And also you can overcome the limitations of autonomous driving. So in certain conditions, we see that the algorithms that drive the cars, sometimes they have some limitations, and under certain conditions, it is needed that someone else takes the control of the vehicle. In this particular case, we could have either a driver on the vehicle, or we could have someone else from a remote control center driving the vehicle. As you can see, there are different projects, so 5G Mobix, 5G Med, 5G Croco, and Blueprint, exploring this and demonstrating that this is possible through 5G, and reliability is key. And this, I think this is kind of common sense. So if you're driving a vehicle from a remote distance, reliability is fundamental. So you need to rely that the network is going to be up and running. And this is something that 5G can ensure. HD mapping, another use case, so generating high definition maps with very high accuracy, with lane accuracy, and also even centimeter accuracy, to be able to generate maps with a lot of details that allow to run really high levels of autonomy. In this particular case, data rate is fundamental. As you can see here, also 5G Mobix, 5G Croco, and Vital 5G are exploring and validating 5G for AC mapping. Anticipated cooperative collision avoidance. So essentially what we have here is cars exchanging information, vehicles in general, exchanging information with the network and with other vehicles, also pedestrians, vulnerable road users, whatever element around the mobility scenario, to, for example, detect hazards. So detect a car that is stopped on the road, or detect a traffic jam, and be able to anticipate actions and increase efficiency of the traffic, but also boost security. In this particular case, delay and localization accuracy become the key KPIs. I mean, as you can imagine, the other KPIs are important, but in this particular brochure, we have tried to identify, if we had to sort the KPIs in order of priority, what would be on top of the priorities. So this does not mean this is the only KPI, okay? Another use case, vehicle platooning. So vehicle platooning, you may know, is the concept of having cars driving as a group of, instead of having separate vehicles, so having different vehicles driving together. So imagine, for example, a number of trucks moving goods from one place to another, and driving together in a highway where, for example, there is only one driver on the leader of the platoon on the truck ahead of the line, and the rest of the trucks just follow the first one. And this could be also in combination with teleoperated driving. This is something that the Blueprint is looking at. So how this platooning, thanks to 5G, could be also executed even without any driver at all. So imagine that we have the leader of the platoon being driven remotely, and then the other vehicles with highly automation levels just following the first platoon. So this reduces the costs of transportation, this increases the efficiency, and of course increases the safety of transportation. Advanced driving use case, for example, we can think of situations where autonomous cars are no longer autonomous, but they exploit the collaborative intelligence, let's say, the group intelligence. So imagine the vehicles exchange intentions of trajectories or maneuvers, and we can coordinate the movement of vehicles all together, ensuring that we boost the efficiency, we boost the safety of driving. Imagine a classical example of a crossing where we don't have traffic lights, because vehicles can essentially talk to each other, synchronize on the maneuvers and trajectories, and there is no need to stop and let other vehicles go and so on. We can really have a very harmonized movement of vehicles. In this particular case, end-to-end latency is fundamental KPI. More use cases, standard sensors. Imagine that instead of exchanging decisions or maneuvers, vehicles simply change what they see and let others decide what the decisions should they take. We can talk about use cases for lane change, to assist overtaking, to make corridors for emergency vehicles like an ambulance or firemen or policemen that need to go through the transit, through the traffic. So we could coordinate this in an autonomous manner. We could talk about video streaming. Also imagine that we have vehicles going from one country to another, enabling the possibility that people work, since drivers will not be longer driving in the long term, they can be doing something else. They can be working, they can be just relaxing, they can be watching a TV series through Netflix, for example. So enabling this video streaming with very high data rate, with very low latency. This is fundamental, and this is something that 5G can enable. More use cases you can see here. So maneuvers in lane, follow me infotainment, vehicle quality of service support. This is something important that 5G enables to predict the quality of the service. So predict what is going to be the quality of the network, so that then vehicles can decide on their own or together what levels of autonomy or automation they can implement based on what is expected to receive from the network. Very interesting here also the road infrastructure digitalization, where we move the vehicle-centric perspective to the infrastructure. So imagine that it is the infrastructure, for example, the highway, which is equipped with cameras, with video cameras, which are powered with artificial intelligence algorithms running on the mech, for example, so very close where things are happening. And it is the infrastructure, the one that coordinates the traffic, for example, identifying hazards, or, for example, managing the traffic flow. So sending recommendations for the speed that vehicles should follow to increase safety and increase efficiency. This is something that, for example, 5G MED is looking at. So as you can see, there are many use cases. These use cases have been used in these particular projects to validate as a means. So the ultimate goal of these projects was not to deploy these use cases, but was to validate 5G technology as a key enabler to make these services happen in cross-border scenarios. So if we look at the particular features that have been tested in these different projects, you can see that the first wave of projects, so Mobix, Croco, and Carmen, focused on release 15 and 16 of 3GPP, so let's say the early wave of 5G, while the second round of projects, 5G MED, Blueprint, Routes, and Beetle 5G is not one of these cross-border projects, but is working very intensively on the automotive sector. They are working on higher releases of 3GPP, so release 16 and 17. You can see here that the different projects have been validating different flavors of 5G. So, for example, we can classify the projects on those which have focused on NSA early deployments of 5G, those who have focused on SA, standalone deployments, so the more advanced 5G, and other projects which are looking at the combination of both, so NSA and SA. And this is very interesting because the deployment isn't going to be from one day to the other. It's going to be a gradual process. And we will see this. We will see deployments areas in Europe where 5G can be offered with NSA, areas where it's only SA, and areas where we have both kinds of deployment. When it comes to technical features, you can see that all projects are looking into 5G new radio and a MEC, so the possibility of having computing capabilities close to where things are happening. This is very important for mobility. And we can also see that other technical features of 5G, like the designing of slices for mobility or prediction of quality of service, as I said before, to predict how the network will behave and accordingly adapt the automation functionalities. Artificial intelligence also is key here, and also PC5, which is important. This has been mentioned before, but 5G may not live alone, so it may need to live with other technologies. And in this ecosystem, exploring the possibility that devices can talk to each other through the PC5 interface is also highly important. Okay, so we need to consider a scenario where many different types of communication may happen. So it's good to see that all these projects are together as a group of projects, as a program. They are exploring many different flavors to make sure that when we do the deployment of 5G, we have considered many combinations and possibilities. So where all this is happening, so as you can see here, I mean the bullets show the 5G sites. So these projects have been running smaller scale pilots in localized areas like cities or test tracks before going to the 5G corridors, to the cross-border corridors, and you see the squares where the corridors have been set. So you can see many countries across Europe, so Portugal, Spain, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium, Greece, Turkey, Romania, Italy, Austria, Sweden, Finland, the Baltic Way, as you can see there on the top right. So there are activities happening all across Europe, and this is very important because beyond the technology, the validation of the technology, these projects have been also exploring what are the regulation implications and how the interaction between different countries also brings challenges. So it's not only about technology, it's also about regulation and coordination among the both countries. So this is happening now. The first wave of projects are about to finish, are finishing this year, and will be working on dissemination and reporting of results early 2022. And the second wave of projects will be running until end of 2023. You can see here. Okay, so conclusions. These projects have been testing, validating 5G for CAM. We could say that, I mean, we are still generating the final results, but the way the projects go seem to go in the very good direction. So 5G seems to be validated as a very suitable technology for CAM, in particular for cross-border scenarios where we need to go through from one country to another. These projects, as I have said, have not only looked, and they are not only looking only on the technology validation, but also exploring cooperation models and deployment strategies, how the deployment should do, how the service provision should be done in those areas where there is a market failure but there is public interest. So it is necessary to explore into that. We will talk about that later during the very interesting workshop today. And also these projects are exploring to business model ideas, because once we have the deployment of infrastructure there and we can offer all the services, of course, we're gonna see opening up the business ecosystem to allow for innovative business models, and as I said at the very beginning, contribute to the competitiveness of Europe. So what's next after these projects is to continue exploring what's gonna come next. So we need to evolve 5G and also have a kind of view on what will come later, 6G. But what comes next in the short term is do the deployment and ensure that this infrastructure deployed can be exploited and services can be provided, and we can see all these benefits of CAM actually realized. And that's it. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, I leave you here my all the different means of multimodal ways of contacting with me. And Peter, I think that's it from my side.
Many thanks, Jesus. You're of course invited to stay in the panel, because indeed you have a very good overview of all these use cases and activities. So indeed a very important point that you brought out. I mean, of course, we have to note indeed that these projects are still running, still quite some time, especially the second wave, the last 4 projects that have been launched. But we already indeed see in which direction it's going. And of course, it's not a process where we will stop developing technology and then we start deploying. I mean, this will go in parallel. And we will see, we have, of course, now to move into deployment. Europe needs investments. But we also need to continue to, of course, work on the technology and enhance it step by step. And what I found also interesting was indeed this multi-service vision. And we shouldn't shy away of saying that mobile office and entertainment will be part of the story. I mean, at the end, Europe needs automated vehicles also to meet the carbon neutrality goals. And we have to make it, and we know that there's some skepticism also on automated driving. And of course, what can make the service more attractive and the car more attractive is key. So what benefits can be given to the passengers that are traveling will be very important. So it's really about multi-service, safety and non-safety, and this will be a key feature. Okay, so with that, I would then move to the panelists. So I would invite all panelists just to show their faces and switch on their cameras, and also to be sure that everyone is around. And in the meantime, we can already share maybe also the screen of Giorgio for the first presentation. So I will just remind who is in the panel. So we will start with Giorgio Tosi-Belleffi from the Ministry of Economic Development in Italy, who will show a bit what is the current thinking in Italy, what is planned, also in view of the European programs, in view of the national initiatives, and also, how it links maybe to ongoing activities. So looking forward to that one. And then we will have also the rail vision from Carsten Kemmecker from Deutsche Bahn, then the service continuity from Fofi Setaki, and the user perspective from Joost van Thomas. But first, I will now hand over to Giorgio Tosi-Belleffi. I'm looking forward to your talk. So we said around 5 minutes, and then we can, of course, come back to some details also in the panel discussion. Looking forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Thank you to all the people connected here today. My name is Giorgio, and I work in the Ministry of Economic Development in Italy. Today I will show you, as you can see here, some examples for planned 5G corridors in member states under the CEF and RRF. I will show you the position of Italy on this, on the generic theme of 5G and in particular on the 5G corridors. Let me thank you also before starting the Ministry of Technological Innovation and the Ministry of Infrastructures, also Infra dell'Italia and the Ugo Bordoni Foundation, because they are part of this national table that we are using to sensitize and to attract the interest of the private stakeholders in the participation to the CEF2. Let's go with the outline of the presentation. As you can see here, we will go very fast through this network evolution and innovation. Just few words about the policy position regarding these themes. Then we will see the role of the CEF program in this scenario. I will show you the Italian government approach to the deployment of ultra broadband fixed and mobile networks. We will go through the projects and initiatives in Italy today present regarding 5G at the national and international level, and then we will have just the focus on the 5G Carmen project. So let's go with this network evolution and innovation. What is important to say here is that new information and communication technologies, as you can see here, are able to ensure a sustainable growth. Here, what I mean with technologies is not only 5G or fiber optics, but also, for example, situations and techniques and technologies like IoT, blockchain, and artificial intelligence. And it's important that both citizens and industries are able to access to them, because this could become a sort of social exclusion for the citizens, but also a business exclusion for the industries. In this regard, in order to provide these services, we have to push for the deployment of ultra broadband, robust, resilient, and innovative networks. Regarding 5G, of course, in conjunction with the fiber networks rollout, it's important that the high performances that 5G can give are based on the combination of these three different paradigms that you can see here and that we know very well. The role of CEF. CEF, as we had the chance to see also this morning at the beginning of this workshop, is an important instrument, not only for the budget that the European Commission and the member states are putting on the table, but also because this instrument reinforces the European portfolio made of all the funding instruments that we have seen up to now, and the last one is the RRF, and does increase the possibility for a fast network service deployment on the Union territory. So this is the importance of the CEF2 program. What we are doing in Italy. In Italy in 2015, we launched our national broadband strategy, and we started to connect the households in the market failure areas. At least 80% of these households will be connected with infrastructure able to supply at least 100 mega. Then we launched a voucher for low-income families. In 2017, we launched this initiative, the 5G in 5 cities, to giving blocks of frequency to the telecom operators to test services on some verticals like, for example, security, safety, autonomous driving, and so far and so on. In 2018, we had the auction on the 5G frequencies, and in the same year, we launched our program to release the 700 megahertz bandwidth. Then in 2019, we launched this initiative that is called Houses of Emerging Technologies. These are physical buildings, part devoted to supply startups, so are accelerators, in other words. Part is devoted to tech transfer to SMEs, and part is devoted to upskilling and reskilling of people and employees, which is the connection with broadband and 5G. The connection is that we finance, we support studies and business in IoT, blockchain, and artificial intelligence realized on 5G networks. In 2021, so this year, we launched our broadband strategy, funded with national and also with European, in particular, the RRF funds. As you can see here, we have 7 pillars, from the connection at 1G to the households in the black and gray areas, to the plans to connect schools and healthcare buildings. There is a plan to connect little islands that started this year and will end in 2023. Very soon we will launch the voucher for SMEs, and we will complete the white area plan with the connection of the scattered households. In the same year, last but not least, we sent to the European Commission our expression of interest on the CEF2 cross-border initiative. We talked with our colleagues in Slovenia, in Germany, in France, and Austria, and we had very good feedbacks and regarding the possibility and more important, good feedbacks to focus on 5G corridors, in particular on cross-border corridors between Turin and Lyon for the link towards France, regarding the cross-border from Bologna to Munich, pass through Innsbruck, so towards Austria and Germany, and also with Slovenia to connect Venice, Trieste, and Ljubljana. Here you can see on the left side the national projects and initiatives launched by the government or by privates in the different cities of Italy and related to 5G technology. On the right side, you can see the international projects where Italy is involved or has been involved. As you can see here, to go fast, you see Sea Road, 5G Carmen, already mentioned, 5G Eve, and 5G Transformer. To go more in depth into the 5G Carmen project, the name stands for Connected and Automated Road Mobility in the European Union. The coordinator is the Bruno Kessler Foundation. The budget has been 15 million euros. It will end this year with a little tail in 2022, as already showed by Jesus Alonso. Which is the target? What has been studied and experimented with the 5G Carmen? Has been developed a platform to exchange some informations, as you can see here. With this information have been used to optimize the driving strategy. The equipped cars and trucks are able to collect this information and share with the other cars or trucks directly or through the cloud. And also with the multi-axis computing running services have been supported, the cars with recommendation messages. The use cases tested by the 5G Carmen are the one here below. So cooperative maneuvering, situation awareness, video streaming, and green driving. Considering green driving as an interconnection of, let's say, the telecommunication world with the green world, and in particular with the hydrogen sector. Have been used the infos about the station where it's possible to fill the cars and the trucks with hydrogen in order to optimize again the driving strategies. And this is another topic of the SEF2 digital program. So to go to the end, and before, thank you for your attention, the importance of the 5G Carmen project and all these projects that have been set in Europe and have been shown by ASUS is that are multi-country projects. They validate services for cross-border cooperation. That's important stuff, and they can be a real good seed for the submission in the SEF2 call. Thank you to all for your attention.
Many thanks, Giorgio, for this very interesting presentation. So we really get an overview on the different programs in Italy, and very happy to see that you're considering really a number of projects also for the CEF digital corridor, and really appreciate that you work also with the stakeholders and the member states, the neighboring member states. So that's very promising. So now we move to Carsten Kemeta to give us some insights from the rail community. Well, Giorgio, we made a bit of an exception. He had both the project and also the different programs from Italy, so it was a bit longer. But if it's possible, Carsten, to stick to 5 maximum plus 2 minutes, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
I will refer to 3 topics in the general topic 5G at rail. That first of all, the motivation, which I'm showing here, then 2 use cases, and then the way forward. We already had the discussion on the climate targets, and the shift to rail will be a key in the transport area to reach these targets. And to shift to rail, we need digitization, and for the digitization, we need 5G. And 5G in the rail area will help us in 2 dimensions. One is rail operations, so to increase traffic density and increase the quality of rail. 5G will be a fundamental basis for improvement. And secondly, for having a modern passenger experience, we need connectivity in the train for applications, serving in the internet, and simply working in the train. This is a very simple requirement. Now, having said that this is the motivation, we already see the 2 use cases. And one use case is the FRMCS. FRMCS is a 5G-based communication system which will replace the current 2G called GSM-R 2G communication system we use in the rail system. And FRMCS will be key to improve rail operations, to increase the density, and to modernize it overall. We have there the key element that GSM-R ends in 2035. So FRMCS will be a key for this moving it. Now, we need to secure financing of this migration. We need to secure the migration itself and the fast standardization of FRMCS, which is not standardized yet. Secondly, passenger experience. Looking at 1,000 people in the train, a gigabit per second for the complete train is not that much. So the current macro networks of mobile communications will not be sufficient. We will need special network, and the public mobile networks is capable to deliver more than a gigabit per second. So 5G at 3.5 gigahertz will be key. However, this is extremely expensive. We cannot expect mobile operators to finance that out of their pocket. So again, financing is key there, and to reduce the costs is also key. And therefore, sharing is one of the elements we have to consider here, leveraging the infrastructure at rail for everything which we need at rail. One topic is, which we see in rail operations, FMCS, and the second is obviously having one mobile network for the passenger experience. This is exactly what we are going to check within the CEF2 funding. We, from a German perspective, are discussing with SNCF why not having a corridor of about 100, 150 kilometers, maybe via Strasbourg, cross-border, one passive infrastructure for all operators, obviously also for the rail operator, which is FMCS, and studying and piloting this within CEF2, making this available obviously also to every country or rail operator in Europe, because we want to push forward the usage of it. What we do not address within CEF2 is the key problem of financial viability. Imagine 33,000 kilometers in Germany alone, which is a high number. And secondly, also the cooperation business model. We have the towercos showing up now, and there we might find new cooperation models, new financing schemes. So there is much to be done in the next years, and as we have to start in 2027, we have now to start all these regulatory and practical aspects. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to say.
Thanks a lot, Carsten. Very interesting, and you need not address, of course, the challenge. We can't, as we said in the beginning, we can't pay everything with the CEF program, but hopefully we can enable also some first business model, some cooperation to the CEF, and then leverage maybe to the wider deployment. That's of course an ambition we would have. So we can of course come back to this in the later discussion. So I would then move to Fofi Setaki on the service continuity across the border and some experience from the 5G MOBIX and your vision in terms of challenges for the deployment in the future. Looking forward to your 5 minutes plus 2 maybe talk. Thanks. We can't hear you yet, maybe. Still need to unmute.
Hello, can you see me?
Now perfect.
Okay, just give me some minutes because I have lost the control of my slides.
You can see your slides. Now it's gone. You have to share again, maybe.
Sharing. Hold on, I'm sorry, I just lost it. So. Okay, no. Can you see it now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, excellent. So welcome, greetings from Athens. I'm Fofi Setaki. I'm actually a principal engineer working, representing the Cosmote, the research and development activities of Cosmote. Cosmote, for those of you that are not familiar, is actually the leading mobile operator of Greece. It is part of the OTE, the previously state-owned and still the largest telecommunication organization of the country. And as of 2009, we are part of the Deutsche Telekom group. I am here today with you, and I'm very excited for the discussion that is going to follow during the panel, primarily to share with you our experience building the cross-border deployments as part of the 5G MOBIX project. In this project, we are working with roaming trials in two physical cross-border areas between Spain and Portugal and Greece and Turkey. We have started our activities early at the end of 2018, and we are hopefully going to complete them by the end of 2022. This has actually somehow affected some of the decisions we have taken during the time. So since in these 5 minutes, what I would want to actually share with you is a quick insight of our corridor, the Greece-Turkey corridor. This is the corridor that Cosmote is actually actively working. Nevertheless, I want to say that we have actually drawn the same conclusions and have implemented similar solutions also in the Spain-Portugal cross-border. So our cross-border is located between Kipi in Greece and Ipsala in Turkey. And it is actually a location with physical hard borders and custom checkpoints. The 5G connectivity is provided by Cosmote in the Greek side and Turkcell in the Turkish side using 5G non-standalone overlay networks based on the 3GPP release 15 equipment that is provided by Ericsson, which is actually the lead architect of the cross-border design. I have to mention here that even though in this deployment we have enjoyed the freedom of action that overlay networks and same vendor implementations are actually offering, still we had some very interesting challenges to face from the beginning, as we have realized that with the technology at hand, we had to balance between the trade-off of seamless service continuity and the low latency performance. So I have prepared this slide here. I'm not going to go through all the full list, obviously, today. This is actually a dashboard of the various issues that we could discuss on this aspect. For example, I will cherry pick some of the items here that have been a little bit troublesome when we started doing this implementation. I would say that in order to actually achieve service continuity in the border, and this is a conclusion for us, we had to align our network design decisions and functions with our neighboring operator. So Cosmote and Turkcell, we were actually spanning beyond our usually introvert radio planning actions and discuss, first of all, operating frequencies and the DTT patterns to be deployed in the area, as we wanted to avoid interference and that would lead to service degradation, if not full service disruption. We also had to actually prevent competitive coverage and overshooting cells because we wanted to avoid having the ping-pong effects of the user connecting between the networks. Overall, I have to say that ensuring the appropriate 5G coverage on the area with the relevant performance needed, careful GNB positioning, it was very important together with the appropriate NR implementation. We had to focus on the specifics of the border landscape, and in some cases also employ targeted interference avoidance techniques, the more traditional ones like antenna tilting, downpour reduction, and so forth. Nevertheless, the most important, let's say, pain point for us has been roaming itself. We have to understand that the existing roaming solution is not actually designed for premium services. It is not addressing fundamental CAM requirements on traffic prioritization, such as, for example, slice roaming. In the existing baseline roaming, the active sessions are dropped, and some seconds might be necessary for the user equipment session to be re-established. So in order to reduce this interruption to milliseconds, we already see proposals from the research on various solutions like improvements on the network reselection. And also we have seen that by activating some advanced features that are available from the technology vendors even today, such as the MME's direct interconnection and the application of features like a release with redirected and the S1 handover, could actually help us implement this reduction. Nevertheless, these new capabilities had to be bilaterally agreed and configured between the neighboring operators in order to be activated. I will also want to stress here that it is noteworthy that to manage the end-to-end KPIs, we see that there are significant costs also on fiber in order to build the appropriate transport networks and even interconnect the core networks of the neighboring operators, which also puts in the perspective the role of the international wholesale carriers. I also need to stress that we have seen that moving the core network functions to the edge so that to minimize latency and binding the application functions with the network so that to assure the service poses a number of interesting ICT challenges for the MNOs, and it is considered a very interesting transformational opportunity. And I don't want to go more into the technical challenges that, as you see, are too many. I just want to also refer that the non-technical challenges are also very significant and very important if we want to lead to global CAM services deployment on a broad scale, either within or outside the EU boundaries. Broad coverage actually puts in the picture a variation in the service areas, like urban or rural, on the traffic patterns of the highways. And actually what it is implied is a service spanning between various and multiple administrative domains, either being countries, networks, road operators, application providers. And these factors are actually complicating a lot the end-to-end technical design. We need to reduce this heterogeneity. And the ongoing work that is happening in this perspective, either by the specification groups, the ITU on the spectrum management, the industry initiatives, and the need for, let's say, global alignment of the NRAs would be a very necessary, important enabler to see this broad deployment of the CAM services. And finally, I have to say that it is important to understand that the business case question is important. We know we have to do significant investments, and we know that our big transformations are necessary to see these CAM services happening. Nevertheless, neither the investment costs nor the expected revenues are clearly or easily deduced at this time. So we know that the business cases, up to date, all studies show that it cannot be viable for a single operator, and some kind of infrastructure sharing is needed. And this means that we open the floor for discussions on new collaboration models and business models. And with this, I would like to actually thank you, and I'm looking forward to seeing the fruitful discussions during the panel session.
Many thanks, Kofi. Very interesting, and you already give a bit of a teaser for the next panel when we talk about cooperation models. So that's of course very nice, and also of course nice overview of the challenges that you're facing here, and you're even working on the non-EU borders, so it's probably as difficult as it can get. But I think we can also see if we work together on as part of the program, to point out a number of requirements, for example, on the regulation, that we can also then maybe bring to regulators or even BEREC, European bodies, or even CPT, as you said, to find solutions. So very good. We already have the next presentation on, so I will then give the floor to Joost van Tomme, who will give us a bit the flavors from the user perspective. Looking forward.
All right, good. Thank you. Hopefully you hear me, Peter?
Yes, all good.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I should have a presentation. I'm not sure if it's online. Do you see the presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So Joost van Tomme, ASEA currently, and thanks. I think that this is very timely. It goes with also with the digital decade that you published recently, and obviously as a follow-up of the 5G action plan of 2018, if I'm not wrong. So thanks to DG CONNECT, the team, also to the great team of ERTICO to co-organize this. Looking forward to cooperate with you very soon. I think this comes timely for a number of reasons. First, I have been pioneering this discussion. I think I remember that with you, Peter, long time ago, and that was in Finland. I think we got a discussion on 5G at that time with Mr. Oettinger and others around us. And that was the first moment that automotive and telecoms, IT, came together. That gained a lot of traction, and actually today it's not an association anymore, it's reality. So and we see it from different angles, the short range and the long range cellular angle. So I only have 5 minutes, so the purpose is to be short to the point, which I will be. This is the whole scala of connected services. They're increasing, obviously. This whole data sharing and mobility data space that we are working on with the ASEA team in the extended vehicle model. That's actually sharing data for a number of features. I think what we have to focus in this 5G is the sharing of data and the activation of systems and vehicles for mostly safety systems, safety and security. You can also have comfort services, convenience, but I don't think we need the low latency and high bandwidth for that. But definitely on the right side, right below, you see safety and security. And I'll give you some examples afterwards. These are the use cases for automated driving. Next to connected driving that you've seen here, this is about connectivity, the connected services. Actually, we are piloting a lot of projects with ERTICO, with also the L3 pilot that we demonstrated last week in Hamburg, and the final event actually, and also Ensemble, the truck platooning. So these is the segments, the vehicles segments that are actually trialing automated driving with connectivity. You see passenger cars, you see light commercial vehicles, mostly important for last mile distribution, e-commerce, etc. And finally, the heavy duty vehicles can be trucks and buses. And obviously, when we talk L3, L4, L5 piloting of automated vehicles next to the ADAS, we need to capture the environment, to sensor and to have fusion of data from sensors, cameras, lidars. So in order to interpret this data, to see what's happening around us in terms of physical environment, to capture that, to translate it into through machine learning and deep learning into activation or deactivation of systems for the vehicle. Actually, it's not for the driver anymore, it's the vehicle instead of the driver that will receive these activations. Yeah, I would say for that, of course, 5G is mostly welcome for a number of use cases, not for everything, but at least a number of them. And so we definitely agree with the key goals that have been put forward. It was demonstrated by the colleagues of the rail and other sectors. It's definitely pan-European cross-border. I stress this approach, cross-border, with hopefully seamless connectivity, and obviously also social and territorial cohesion. You know, when people need connectivity and even safety-related systems in the outskirts, in the, I would say, rural areas, we would expect connectivity there. And in some cases, we have some gaps there, especially there when you need it, we don't have it as a user. And that's, of course, important. When we would like to rely on 5G capillarity and slicing, it should be there, of course, and backwards compatible, if possible, with lower systems. The funding, what we see in the document, seems to be not only for passive, but also active infrastructure. And we do have a little concern with this. We think it should definitely be for the telco and maybe the roads as well to provide the necessary hardware and firmware for providing this 5G, like 4G and previous. But we also see some hints to active infrastructure like roadside units, like other things that actually have nothing to see with this discussion. We would like to see more an agnostic communication technology discussion and not having funding, public funding for, I would say, other things than, for example, short range. But let's have a discussion on that. And again, I do not want to repeat the discussion on CITS. I think that's another framework. But let's see how far the scope will be on CEF2. It's definitely much more than an infrastructure discussion. We do have a good SDA, so a strategic deployment agenda for 5G with the support of the Commission and the 5G AA and some of the road operators. I think we negotiated that for quite length. That document is there. So we need a much more structured cooperation now with my sector, with the road and I would say the automotive sector. I know we're only the users, quote unquote, but we definitely are an important use case for your CCAM in this case. Yeah. On the promise, higher bandwidth, lower latency, and throughput, fine. For us, it's key to know when, where, and what will be the price. So we need a foreseeability on the roadmap. You've seen the recent AirTrack updated roadmap on connected and automated. Gives you a bit of an insight. What are our plans now? But obviously, it takes not only two to tango in this. So the telco and the auto, it takes three to tango with the road sector as well. In terms of killer applications, to have really applications that would really benefit and need 5G, I think we have some. I will not go through them because they're mostly repeating what my colleagues have said. And that's the beauty of being the last in the panel. A lot of words of wisdom have been said. I just guide you through this joint publication that we did with CLEPA, with the suppliers on spectrum, I know this is not the spectrum discussion here, but we have a detailed overview of use cases related to connected and automated, where we think 5G would be appropriate. Some final expectations: seamless coverage and actually seamless handover. Not waiting 1 minute to be connected to another network. Of course, if you have safety-related applications depending on connectivity, that's definitely not the way to go. Coverage, I know there is this digital compass, there are the KPIs, naming and shaming approach as well. I don't know when and who and so on will roll out, but we need at least some pre-visibility of this. Ideally through your excellent 5G observatory, Peter, from the Commission. And it's limited to 10T to some extent, but 10T is not enough, of course, like for ITS, CITS, and many other applications. It should be broadened, especially to rural areas. If we want to have the full coverage and the full, I would say, leverage of 5G for connected and automated driving. Predictable quality of service, clear. Like we will have ISAT levels, so levels of automated driving readiness of the roads would actually be very good to have levels of readiness of 5G in a given area where our cars and vehicles will drive. Yeah, and if it would be lower quality for all kinds of reasons, at least we would be informed beforehand, so that we can adjust our, I would say, our interaction with the HMI and with the driver and the system. Lead time has not been discussed, but we need 3 to 5 years to build a car and a truck and a vehicle from the drawing board to the actually commercialization of it. So when we have to choose a technology, please inform us on time when we'll deploy what, because we need to know also what will be the sunset for 4G. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have that discussion on eCall with the mandated 2G, 3G, also in-band modem. And with 4G, they're not even upwards compatible. It's not backwards compatible neither. So we have an issue with this legacy fleet. We do want to avoid these kind of discussions again with 4G, 5G, and 6G. And slicing, important, very important subject for the vertical, as automotive is one vertical, mobility. We haven't seen a lot of information on cost pricing. Would be good to be alerted, and especially the cost of technology. We'd like to avoid standard essential patterns discussion that we had with some of the IT providers in order to pace this and not to go to litigation on this one. So to be at least on the same page and the same wavelength as from the start. And finally, cybersecurity. I know the Commission has a whole program with the member states on this one, on security and cybersecurity of 5G, also for data protection and privacy. Of course, this is paramount for our vehicle sector. Needless to repeat that. I think with this, Peter, I might have been more than 5 minutes, but I'm happy to take part in the discussion. Thank you, everybody.
Joost, I forgive you. It was so interesting, and that you took some minutes more. That's perfectly fine. And already very nice thoughts also for the upcoming panel, especially on the cooperation side. What I found very interesting is indeed this predictability that you say, okay, you don't want to be too tough to say we need this very astronomical, very high performance everywhere, which is of course a challenge. But this predictability is interesting, and we saw it from Prezos this morning that there can be even an inbuilt technology solution to be able to predict. And what of course is, as you said, we have the digital decade process where we want to see also from a policy perspective how these infrastructures evolve, how the service evolves. So we're moving, you mentioned the observatory, from the readiness now to the deployment and really understand what we have. And we take note of that. So especially on the corridors, we should focus and also have a methodology to see what's really evolving now in Europe and in terms of coverage and also quality. So I think that's a very interesting point. On the scope, point taken. I mean, we wanted to really make sure that the market, we don't want to restrict proposals too much. I mean, at the end, it needs to be a scope that fits with the investment agenda of the consortium. So that's why we said we don't want to limit to only passive or only 5G or 4G. So at the end, we want to build on all synergies possible, and it has to be a sound approach. So we would leave that to the consortium. And so we don't force, for example, we say roadside units, where it has to be, what kind of technology. So we won't require that. We will only have some minimum requirements, of course, to have us go beyond the market. Some service requirements we will, of course, have to be there. But yeah, so that's just some first thoughts. So we can now if all agree, switch on all the cameras of the first panel and maybe have a first quick round. I mean, we have half an hour, which is not so bad. It was good that we make a bit of pressure on you to be a bit brief. And what would interest me, I mean, we have to see a bit what difference will this CEF program make compared to what will be delivered. Of course, we have the fact that it's there, it brings the policy focus, it sets the ambition and engages. But then in terms of what is the value coming out, there has to be an added value. So I would be interested maybe from what will be your views, maybe from the people on the ground. So maybe from Fofi for the road and Carsten for the rail. What would you expect in the first wave of deployment? What kind of lengths would you see a typical project could deploy? And what would you also see in terms of service requirements? What kind of performances you would expect? Will it depend, as you said, Fofi, also rural or a bit more lively areas? What would you expect? What could we imagine for the first phase? Maybe starting with Fofi and then to Carsten.
Okay, I have to say that primarily my concern with the experience of 5G MOBIX is that we have 5G NR. We know the capabilities that we can get in the radio access and the technology, let's say, that 5G is offering on the performance characteristics. We have deployed this in a 10 kilometers, let's say, area. So we know how to plan and what is actually the network densification of the access side that we need to assume. But we are working on a NSA release 15 version. This is actually the state of the art for the most of the mobile operators in the commercial networks. We do not see release 16 or release 17 capabilities in the enterprise networks. So for me, the one big thing would be the transformation that are necessary for the CAM services in the core discussion. We need to see the edge capability, the distribution of the core functions to these edge capabilities, which implies a certain level of dynamicity, a certain level of automation that currently is not very widely adopted in the commercial development. So we need first to see this kind of a transformation happening at the core network, possibly to discuss about broad coverage. When it comes to the study of the corridors that we have at hand, we think that in the medium range period of CEF2, we can definitely plan the necessary investments on the access network, on the base stations. It seems to us that for example, the spectrum that we have already allocated, because this is also an open question about the commercial 5G spectrum and how it's going to be used in various countries. I will say that okay, it's not relevant for all the European countries, but with our Turkish colleagues, for example, they don't have 5G commercial licenses yet. So overall, I would say that planning on the road won't be that a difficult exercise. We are already doing this as a process, but it's very important to consider the overall transformation activities that are happening by binding the network and the application functions, requesting a certain kind of dynamicity. We also need to consider that we need high availability, which what also this implies is the fact that we need to have a redundancy. We need to see solutions where both short range and long range, let's say, capabilities can be bound together to provide the reliability that is necessary for the end-to-end service, because the end-to-end service is life critical. So there are a lot of aspects that refer to the deployment of the CAM services that we have not seen in CEF 1, because what we have mainly focused on has been the basic, let's say, capabilities of 5G, which is assured. We need to consider all the aspects and the heterogeneity of the applications and the full ecosystem in CEF 2. I would not say that it is simply, let's say, a network planning exercise that is based on the kilometers. This is one of the areas. What is significant is to align this with the plans that the operators have for the commercial networks, how these are going to actually be evolving We don't want overlay networks. We want to see them in a real life. And these are very, very interesting aspects. And obviously, they open the floor for a lot of activities in CEF2. This is actually my opinion. I don't know whether I'm answering your question, Peter.
No, that's very useful. I mean, we are of course aware that we need a bit of preparation. So we hope that, of course, the projects that are really looking into these first corridors will help to start hopefully already, because we need the investment now. I mean, we're in recovery mode. If we say we solve everything, we wait until 2025 and then we start deploying, that won't help us. So we need also to make the step, of course, and then start. I mean, that's what we want to do. But of course, we also give the possibility to have these inception studies that we're launching, where these kind of elements can, of course, be addressed. So very useful. Carsten, on your side also, I understand that you mentioned pilots. So of course, on the rail side also, you're not ready probably to say next month, give us the money, we just deploy. So you also need a bit of preparation. But what is your current thinking on how you would see the first projects emerging in the rail side?
Yes, I think currently we might say that we are within CEF2 piloting the technology architecture and also the improvement on the cost side and the ecosystem. Now this will take, let's say, another 3 to 4 years, and we're waiting for the FMCS standardization. That is a bit key of the whole topic, because then we will see the FMCS migration. And I believe the FMCS migration, as FMCS is using exactly the same passive infrastructure as the public mobile network operators will use, that both will go hand in hand, the FMCS migration and the gigabit coverage by public mobile operators. The FMCS migration we do plan as early as possible after the FMCS standardization. Well, we need the standardization then to have the train equipment. So as you can imagine, this is a tight case currently. So it is, as I said, really key to have the standardization for the suppliers to produce the products for the train equipment, and then we can test the train equipment, then we can start with the deployment. So somehow, to go to the helicopter perspective, somewhere until the 2027, we need to prepare these topics. And we need to ensure the financing of the FMCS migration and of the mobile infrastructure overall. So the deployment then will go over, we believe, FMCS 10 years from 2027 to 2035. And the faster we solve these high investment costs, the easier it will be for everybody in the ecosystem to start advancing. So I think CEF2 is really an inception and very helpful, but I believe that the states have to push by providing perspectives, money, schedules, cooperation model, regulation, whatever might be helpful there. So CEF2 is an inception, but the overall perspective for the next 10 to 15 years has to be taken up. And well, for giving you a number, in Germany alone, we would believe a small 2 billion amount of money for the rollout. Let's say 10 billion, something like that. I mean, these are huge numbers. So, and we do not have the industry to deliver, by the way, all the masts and cables and so on. I mean, putting this on a large scale, this is a huge, tremendously huge investment, not only for rail, imagine then the railroads, the roads too. So this is a 15-year perspective we need to take.
Okay, so we thought the digital decade will bring us there, but now we know, of course, investment cycles are long, and but it, of course, shows that we have also to start now. And as you said, I mean, to put this on track, and we can do a number of things, even if some things will be emerging. And the same for what Fofi said, some of the solutions will come in parallel. And if we, for example, can say, okay, we want a gigabit train as fast as possible anyway, and then FMCS, we plan for it to come, and then that will be, of course, a good solution. And yeah, looking forward to, well, can't promise anything, but looking forward to your proposals coming in and on the pilot. Giorgio, you also discussed a lot with the stakeholders and among the colleagues in Italy. How would you see it in terms of phasing? So the first projects in terms of lengths, both for the national sections and the cross-border ones. Do you see that in phases? Do you see that there will be a first step with a couple of those, or how do you see that ramping up in Italy? I think you're muted, Giorgio.
Sorry, do you hear now?
Yeah, now we're good. Yeah.
Okay. Considering what we are seeing here in this sort of round table that I say to you, we set in Italy. We had several meetings with our companies, with TLC operators, with highway authorities, and we are trying also to involve the automotive sector now. In my opinion, also having meetings with the colleagues from Slovenia, from France, and Austria and Germany, I think that the first calls will see probably lengths, considering both the countries, that can go from, let's say, 150, 160 kilometers, probably up to 400 or 500 kilometers, if we consider the multi-country ones. For example, a reproposition, a resubmission, let's say, of a new 5G Carmen that involves 3 countries, probably will have more length respect to a simple project, let's say simple, organized between Italy or France, or Italy and Slovenia. Regarding the characteristics, it depends on the vertical on the use cases that they will test. For sure, what I think is that from one side we will need a lot of bandwidth, and from the other side we will need a very low latency. So I think these are the 2 key points that will follow all the projects that will be submitted to the SET program.
Thanks, very, very interesting. Joost, you wanted to add a point?
Well, it's interesting to hear the colleagues of the rail sector. Thank you, Giorgio. Grazie mille. Very good. In terms of bandwidth and latency and throughput, when we have edge computing and so computing power processing at the edge, which is not really the case today with vehicles, it will come gradually. Some brands are more advanced than others. As usual, there is competition on this. But when we will have that and trying to process this, then we need to see what's the 5G opportunity for that one. When we go to automated driving and HD maps, what I've seen live actually last week in the L3 pilot with all OEMs, actually live present, it was a full automated L3, L4 without any instructions from the driver in the full traffic of Hamburg. So really in the middle of the traffic, no dedicated lanes, no isolated restricted areas. It was amazing. Then I opened the trunk. I was amazed by the number of computers and processing, literally processing units I saw there. Hopefully good semiconductors as well, although that's another issue. So that means that if we have to bring this all either in the cloud through 5G or in the vehicle itself, there's also a space allocation issue, a hardware issue, of course, that we want to tackle. So that's one, and therefore 5G for especially HD maps will be mostly welcome. Secondly, I mentioned it before, it's about vehicles are per definition a global product. We manufacture vehicles for the whole world. There are separate regulatory frameworks for safety, for type approval and the like. But at least for connectivity, what I see in Europe, I see 27 different systems, different to some extent. I worked 12 years in telecoms in the regulatory environment, so I lived through that in the past. And there is no European telecom operator. There is no European telecom. There's a community, whereas vehicles are acting on a global scale. So what we are confronted with is relatively national networks, with all due respect and with a lot of competition in the same country. But when it comes to hand over to another network in another country, or maybe a subsidiary of the incumbent in the previous country, yeah, we face another reality. And so that means that also the spectrum allocation, which is a different subject, but still, in the EECC and all the Commission's proposal was to at least concert and to synchronize spectrum allocation, ideally from the European perspective, with BEREC and so on. That was dismantled in the at the council level in the negotiations and trilogues and so on. So we're actually stuck, like in 4G and 3G, with the same phenomenon of national allocation of spectrum and national, I would say, a bit of fragmentation. And that hinders to some extent a bit our vehicles, which are per definition global, and they do not know the borders. When you cross one border to another, yeah, the vehicle should not be impacted by that. So that brings us to the predictability and foreseeability that I mentioned, that at least we should know. We have that discussion with the road community on automated levels, and also with the city community for urban vehicle access regulations. So a bit of transparency and roadmaps, I would say, would be much welcomed, Peter, and my friends of the mobile community. That's all I wanted to say at this stage. Thank you.
Many thanks. Carsten, you wanted to add a point on the governance aspects?
Yes, it is quite interesting to compare rail and road. The interesting thing with rail is we have one authority, if you like, for the track. There we build a mobile communication system according to a currently standardized European standard. So somehow, this will take us another 2, 3, 4 years, but somehow in the rail perspective, we have this state-owned rail infrastructure managers who have to govern this part of security of the path itself. And I wonder how this can be solved for the road situation, or for all these different countries and road authorities. I mean, we are happy that the European Commission there for the rail part is driving this process. So there we might succeed, or I believe we will succeed. But how to go for the rail, for the road part? I guess it's an open question, but that's an interesting difference.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Of course, we will also have in the next session some views from the road operators, and of course, it's not also not homogeneous, because you have some sections that are managed by road operators, other sections are not. So there is naturally some heterogeneity. Joost, any thoughts on that? In terms of governance on the road network?
Yeah, I think it's an excellent question, Carsten. You have indeed also European Rail Agency, I think, and DG Move and so on. So that's more like BEREC is doing for telco, you do it for the rail. I see REACH for the chemicals. We don't have it for the roads, at least not for my sector. And it would be an open door to my colleagues of CEDAR and ASICAP to have a house, a roof, umbrella, where we could jointly discuss these things, especially 5G, next to the other technology developments. And that's why I have a parallel dialogue, and you know that from the Commission, a bilateral dialogue between ASEA, the manufacturers, and the roads being 3 organizations, actually. It's CEDAR, it's ASICAP, and it's Polis, because Polis is about urban mobility, urban areas, important for 5G, of course. And we discussed the need for adapting the physical infrastructure for automated driving. So literally the roads, the traffic signs. I give you one, and the idea is that we would like to favor digital twins. I don't know if you have that in the road in the rail sector, and maybe aviation, I don't know, but we want to have a copy of the digital of the physical road infrastructure, traffic signs, layout, patterns, etc. Easier said than done, of course. You need to agree on metadata, on taxonomy. You need to agree on data sets and on interoperability and continuity. That's why I think the ITS framework and the review of the ITS directive could have some inspiration on that one, the colleagues of DG Move. Other things we discuss is, of course, the choice of technologies. with that sector. Some road operators, national road authorities, have chosen one technology for all kinds of reasons. Others do it for another technology, with an impact, of course, for cooperative systems. It doesn't have an impact for pure connected services in the commercial area, B2B, but it has an impact for V2V, V2I when you do platooning, for example, or when you do safety-related information sharing. And when you need to depend from each other in a cooperative mindset, V2V is 1 + 1 is 3 in this case, then you need, of course, to use the same technology and the same spectrum. Otherwise, you will not understand, or you will even interfere with each other. And yeah, but that's a bit removed from the 5G discussion on itself, I would say, Peter. But that's, we don't have a European road parameter like you have in the rail. Yeah, but that's not up to me to ask for that. It's more with the roads to discuss this.
Yeah, no, I think we should indeed do all our best to also have all voices heard and include them in the discussion. For example, when we work in the future on the next SDA, so which will be a bit of the governance that we try to do, that we also get the views and get some consistency overall. Maybe just before I also open to questions from the audience, Jesus, do you want to add anything on the thoughts also from Joost in terms of the technology evolution, when we move to edge, when we introduce new service requirements? How do you see that happening in the different sections? Will it be like high end, some areas first, or will it be already quite off the shelf and we will see that everywhere? How do you see that evolving? You don't hear you, yeah? Can anyone unmute Jesus? Otherwise, we take, in the meantime, some questions from the audience.
Now, right?
No, yeah.
Do you hear me? Good. So
Yeah.
I'm listening with a lot of interest to what you're saying, and I think that some of the points that Joost has mentioned are very relevant. And indeed, from my position, having a look at different corridor projects, we have seen that having all these many countries involved imply a lot of challenges when you need to align on synchronization, and from the synchronization of the regulation and also the interaction between the operators. And this comes also to the MEC evolution. So when we rely on deploying services on tiny, small computers all around the place, ensuring that these computers can talk to each other and they follow the same rules, they follow the same data structures, and they can really talk to each other, having many different vendors on the roads, this is really challenging. And I think we also have to do a lot of work here. And let me here mention the Gaia X initiative that we have not talked yet about it. But I think this is something we have to look at. I mean, I look at that from the CAM perspective as well, because we need to make sure that we harmonize all these tiny elements to make sure that in exchange of information across countries, across vendors, across equipment, across multitude of computing elements all around the place. We're talking about this computing continuum. This is really challenging. So it's not about deploying one solution in one spot for one OEM. It's about deploying something that actually works everywhere for everything. And I think this is something that really deserves a lot of attention in the near future.
Very good. Thanks a lot. And on the governance, indeed, I mean, we will also go in the second panel also a bit on that, because we have the road operators also there. Yeah, colleagues, are there any questions from the audience? Otherwise, I would invite, we still have 272 attendees, which is nice. So if there are any views, any questions, happy to look into those. I mean, we only have 5 minutes left, but yeah, the questions panel. I only see questions on the presentations. So of course we will make them available on the 5G Mobics website, also recording for some time. Otherwise, maybe I'm not good enough with this tool that I can't see more questions. So if there are other questions, people, maybe other people. Yeah.
Peter, sorry. If you scroll down in that folder, there's a couple of questions more. A couple of them are to you, and for example, there is a question from Luca Rea. Is it possible to finance infrastructure for specific use cases? For instance, infrastructure for remote driving. So this is one out of 5-6 questions that are available.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't see them here. I will try my best to make this window work. But yeah, thanks a lot in the meantime, if you can indeed take over this to put in these questions. So yeah, this one, of course, we try to have the approach to have the multi-service vision to say maximum synergies. If we need this uninterrupted coverage, of course, it's challenging to deploy dedicated infrastructure. And also in terms of usage of spectrum that is just focused on one vertical or one specific application. So that's something usually that we try to avoid. So that if possible, slicing, and then have a particular slice that can be given to one application or one service. But of course, I mean, if justified, it can be considered as part of the project. If you say you need to have a specific implementation for some very challenging applications, you might consider. Any views from the other speakers on that one?
Otherwise, yeah, for the rail part, if I may, for the rail part, it's interesting because we have institutions, if you like the infrastructure managers who take care of the specific mission critical infrastructure on the one hand and the mobile operators on the other hand. So at the end of the day, it comes out as a business question, and the sharing synergies are the key driver there to organize the different interests there. So there is a dynamic which is a bit out of regulation, although it is related to. So there is a dynamic because of having specific institutions and specific use cases. So I understand you want to have one infrastructure. This is the cheapest, but that is theory. We now have to fuel the the ecosystem somehow, and I believe we have someone to decide upon the ecosystem, and so I believe the tower cos will play a key role in that ecosystem.
Yeah, very interesting. Some more questions.
Yes, we can maybe take another one here from Andy Billington. Will there be specific scope for synergies with CEF transport projects?
Yes, so we have even in the regular CEF regulation, we have even the possibility to have some better funding rates if you go for the synergies. So it's of course encouraged. We don't have joint calls in the first wave. I mean, this could be considered, for example, in the area of rail. There are also some parts in the CEF transport that could be, depending on what is the financing needs, also what is coming up in the pipeline. So there we can think about it. We can also think about connecting on the roadside if there would be really demand for that. But also to keep it simple, we have to start from somewhere now. So there's no requirement to use both programs, but of course, if there would be synergies identified, this could be rewarded. So indeed, interesting aspect to also look at next opportunity, maybe a bit more, what are the parts, maybe when the calls come out. I understand that for the CEF transport side, the work program will not be that detailed, so we will not know so much from the start what will be the program looking like, but when the calls are coming, then we will know a bit more, and then we can see how we can connect. Other points?
I think there are more questions that are coming in, but I would propose maybe that we go to the next panel, and then we are going to either wrap them up after this, after the next panel, or if you would like, also respond in a follow-up as well, because there's quite a few questions now coming in.
Okay, now I have I managed actually to open it. So I will just have a look if there are some things that are really relevant for this panel. Okay, band split. Yeah, that's a quite specific question. So indeed, I mean, we said the people are working on the coexistence solution. So we won't, on the regulatory side, we won't make a band split. Of course, there must be the possibility and clarity that the band is available for everyone that is doing ITS service, as long as the harmonization conditions are met. And then, of course, de facto, we know that some communities are going to certain parts because things are starting. And then, of course, it would make sense to take parts that are best suited to avoid interference, of course. Okay, market intervention logic. Yeah, at the end, it's true that the proposal has to make credible that there is an added value to what is delivered by the market. Yeah, so basically, what is the existing infrastructure? What is there anything planned in this section? And then make clear that the project will deliver beyond that. So that's the main concept here. Okay, the second one is more on cooperation, so maybe we can take that one in the next round. Okay, final expected outcome, that's a nice one. So what must be ready by when? Of course, we have, as I said, this vision to have, at least through this program, we want to leverage the full 10T corridors, a bit more than that. We have the 5G action plan target to have all transport paths connected with 5G. Of course, that we don't specify that it's really this CAM grade, this is very high quality that we would expect. So it's not carved in stone what should be coming out. So as much as possible, but of course we have the ambition to make possible the 10T, and then of course the national funding can go on top, so that we can really, and then we hope that of course when this is getting traction, that this will also then be more and more market driven, so that we don't have to intervene over the full lifetime with a lot of funding. Okay, what about standardized applications? How do you say that, Jesus? The question is, how do you see work being carried out to have standardized application specific, e.g. automotive driving, for interoperability over borders and operators? So one thing is, of course, the connectivity technology that has to be standardized, but how to get this interoperable on the application side? How do you see that emerging?
So this is very, very interesting. So I think that there are different fronts to solve this. And as I pointed out before, I think that the data plane is something that we need to harmonize. We need to create standards to make sure that the different solutions from different vendors can talk to each other. This is one thing. And the other thing that I think we have also touched upon this very quickly before is the need to define the slices for mobility. So the different, I mean, as we all know, 5G is about showing different faces of the same network. When we go from one country to another, we need to make sure that we can find the same face in one place, one side of the border and the other one. So we need to agree on how the 5G networks have to be. So it's not only about defining the technology, but the actual implementation of the technology in each particular area. And when this comes to a cross-border scenario, this implies two different countries, most likely very different operators, and this is a challenging scenario. So it's not only about standardizing the technology itself, but the way it is implemented, and then the way that the data can flow from one implementation to the other.
Thank you. And then we have from Johannes Springer one question on the pioneer bands. Yeah, we don't limit anything to the pioneer bands. Of course, any band can be used, and the more the better in these projects. But what we wanted to make clear is that we want to see a certain performance. And of course, if you go for UHF or lower bands, you will always be a bit limited in terms of capacities per car. So that's why we say let's also push up this ecosystem for advanced 5G. Let's say that was the reasoning there. Okay, so I think UK part of the scheme that I can take as a final one. So UK is not part of the program, is of course not anymore part of the EU. So the only possibility would be to partner up as part of a project, but not get funded. So that's always possible that that you would then find another means of financing or have a private financing for the UK side of the project. Okay, so we're already a bit over time, not too much. So I think it was a really nice and lively discussion. And I would then maybe say we take 5 minutes comfort break, 4 minutes, and let's say 12:10. We can then move to the other panel when I will then hand over to Edwin Fischer for the second panel. Many thanks already to these panelists, and it was really great to have you. And of course, you will also be staying part of the, if you want, part of the attendees now, and we can come back to you if you have ideas. Many thanks for the first one. And don't go away.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
In 4 minutes, we're back.
Thank you, Peter.
Keep connected. Thanks.
Comunque dove è passata la parola per lo
Okay, so we're back, and we should be. If people are dialing in and only seeing a frozen screen, they might be worried. So let's jump to the next panel, and really happy to hand over to Edwin Fischer, who is also running the deployment stream in this famous working group on 5G for CAM, and is also working for Deutsche Telekom. So looking forward to this panel, and of course I'll let you introduce the panelists.
Peter, thanks very much for the introduction and for the smooth handover. So at least here we have a smooth handover. and even crossing borders in that way, because I'm still sitting in Germany when moving on to Luxembourg later today, while you are in Belgium. So very good. Okay, you can see a couple of folks here joining us today on our second part of the stakeholder workshop on 5G corridor deployment. The second panel is about 5G corridor deployment, focus on cooperation models and regulatory incentives. And maybe, since you see all the faces already, I could probably start with the presentation, and I hope it can be seen. No, it cannot, right? Okay, so just to set the scene briefly, we will be talking about cooperation models and the regulatory perspective. And on the left side, I have entered the cooperation models for cellular.
I think we only see the last slide, the end of slideshow slides.
Really?
At least myself, yeah.
That's interesting.
Can you try to move the first slide? I don't know.
Yeah, let me see what I can do here. Sorry for that. See a pause, click here to resume screen sharing. Okay, I'll need to pick this one. Okay. Now you don't see the presentation mode, I guess. Can it now be seen? Or is it still on the last frame frozen?
Panel 2 we see now. Panel 2, yeah.
Okay, so you see the graph, right? The chart.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So just before I make the introduction to the panelists and handing over, of course, I just wanted to set the scene briefly on the cooperation models and the regulatory setting. And we have cooperation models for cellular 5G infrastructure deployment, and of course, cellular in more general from the past. We also know that there are probably cooperation models needed for CAM services, which is already then a bit, say, challenging. The previous panel has just touched a couple of aspects regarding data and the service and application perspective, but there needs to be a cooperation model or a couple of cooperation models for CAM services. They need to converge at a certain point, and they need to match. But adjacent, we have regulatory frameworks for telecommunications, which are relevant for the infrastructure deployment. And we also have or should have regulatory frameworks for the transportation sector. And then the transportation sector, we talk about roads, road operators, for example, but we also talk about, say, the vehicle operations, getting permissions, getting registrations, getting homologation done and stuff. So there is a framework. There are probably additional frameworks when needed when it comes to connected and automated mobility services. So they influence, they have a degree of influence. And since everything is supposed to converge at some point, both the regulatory frameworks and the overall cooperation models for both deployment, ultimately for CAM services, they also need to converge. And that's kind of a challenge I'd like to set. And without further ado, I go further to the setup and what we will hear during the second panel. We will have a view from, we will have an introduction presentation done by Maxime Flamand, the CTO of 5GAA, on options for cooperation models concerning 5G corridors for CAM. It will be followed by views from our road operators, and I'm delighted to have Steve Phillips from CEDR here on the panel with options for cooperation with road operators. Then, example for role of road operators. My presentation keeps moving away always, so might be struggling a bit. Example for role of road operators presented by Wim van der Bergen. He's advisor to the Ministry of Infrastructure in the Netherlands, and also involved in a number of activities, and including projects. I'm struggling with my computer here. Okay, and then we will have views from technology and service providers, starting with Dirk Hetzer from T-Systems with a 5G Croco project view on the integration with edge computing and federated cloud. That's something you have heard already as being important during the first panel session when Peter Stuckmann set the scene. Next will be Jochen Heudis and Juliana Kosa from Qualcomm Technologies on technology solutions and options for the service interplay. Probably also some very interesting aspects here. Next will be Javier Alvarez from HERE Technologies on the opportunity for common service providers, and he probably will also touch a bit the data and the services part, I guess. And then last but not least, a very important view from actors in member states. So we will have Raul Gonzalez from Cellnex and involved in 5G Med corridor project with public funding on 5G corridor projects in Spain. And then from Darius Stravinskas, Ministry of Transport and Communications in Lithuania, cross-border cooperation among member states, and especially then via Baltica. And probably you will also spend some time or maybe mention Rail Baltica, very interesting things across member states. So cooperation and on the member state level, which should also help. So we have a couple of players and actors need to come together and to kind of converge and agree on a common setup in order to make it successful, in order to have the right infrastructure, but ultimately the right infrastructure to provide the right services seamlessly across Europe. And by this, I'd like to hand over to Maxime Flamand. We now can see you sailing, Maxime.
Oh, that's nice. That's what I'm looking for every day. But you're going to get something else, and I'm not sure you're going to see the right screen. I just have to make sure.
We now have the other view related to the presentation. Now, perfect. Floor is yours, please.
Great. Thank you very much for this invitation to talk and give a little bit of a perspective on cooperation models for the future projects in the CEF2 digital program. Now, I'm talking about deployment. So 5G Automotive Association is all about making sure that things get to the market and on the roads. And so really I'm not looking at innovation or projects or evaluations, etc., but really in the CEF2 digital program, what we are looking for is making sure that things happen and issues are actually addressed along the 5G corridors. Now, for this presentation, I picked a few work items that has been executed over the last 3 years time frame. So 5GA is working with work items. It's a kind of internal activities that are bringing the members so that are bringing basically the members and require that we have a critical mass of members supporting the topic. And sometimes we also get a help of the external consultants. That was the case for 2 of these studies, and especially when we treat information that may be commercially sensitive, such as prices on the market, etc. And all these reports are accessible on the 5GA website, so I really do invite you to read them, and then of course always reach out to us to get more information. So the first paper that I wanted to look at is a kind of a study on the value proposition of the different technologies that are at our disposal at the moment to deliver CITS services. And what we came up with is the study that was made by a group of of the 5G members. They worked on understanding the most pragmatic way to deliver the CITS service. And the question that I would interpret in this paper is there a clear advantage for the road operators to work with MNOs and eventually, of course, with vehicle manufacturers under a commercial agreement to deliver the CITS services, not necessarily having regulations, but rather looking at how the market mechanism can make sure that these services are delivered. So, so we had to look at, on one side, what we could actually offer. And I must say that in the past, we avoid to really talk about tangible ways to cooperate. And here, sometimes we have the tendency that regulation is a good way to make sure that cooperation happens. But I would say that the best win-win cooperation is often the one that comes with the long-term contractual arrangements. For example, when road operators talks to one or more MNOs and contracts them with all arrangement that can be necessary so that they transport the data that they would need for their public mission. Now, I think that we should not consider this kind of commercial contract as a dirty word, and I was actually talking about that at the ITS World Congress, and they are really the best way forward if we want to hit the market faster and have a sustainable long-term deployment of CITS services, be it day one, obviously, but day two, day three, etc. So now we looked at the benefits of using the mobile networks, also the deployment of different roadside units. We really looked at it from a complementary way, so looking at what can be done and what kind of use cases can be answered by the mobile network, what needs to be done with roadside units. And we looked at a 10 years time frame with different cost factors, deployment costs, operation, maintenance, connectivity services, etc. Now, there was the two different deployment strategies. They are not mutually exclusive, meaning that the two options can be used in the same geographic area. In the first case, the roadside unit is added to provide short and long range connectivity, and the roadside unit then can interact with the nearby vehicles using short range, but also uses the long range to manage, for example, the intersection controller for SPAT transmission, or also the roadside cabinets for event detection when some roadside sensors are present on the road. So now the second case was using a smaller, simpler modem solution, 4G or eventually 5G, which the intersection controller can use in order to connect the information and link it to the traffic manager. Then the traffic manager, through its cloud services, use the interfaces to give access to the relevant data to anyone that wants to use it. So this paradigm has evolved a lot, even in 2 years. And it's very interesting to see many road authorities and traffic managers that are starting to look at this very, very closely, even when it's about delivery of safety relevant information. Now, okay, the conclusions and the key takeaways from this study can be seen a little bit naive, but they are actually quite straight to the point. So cost of delivering ITS services with existing cellular network is significantly lower than obviously rolling out roadside units. Now, I think the complementary is the most important here in the second box. Mobile communication networks have advanced significantly since these V2I services were defined by ETSI. I think that it was in the time frame 2008-2012 that we really had this service defined. I think during that time at ETSI, we had no real understanding that many of these services could be delivered by the mobile network. So going on the right here, we want to make sure that the information that is available from, for example, traffic controllers is accessible on the internet in a real-time fashion, and so that we make sure that we get an efficient service accessible by everyone on the road. And then finally, we have some aspects on penetration of vehicles that are connected with the cellular network. We are at 55 globally. I think we are around 65–70% in Europe, and that would mean that we have 10 million vehicles each year in Europe that are hitting the road and that have connectivity that could be leveraged by ITS services. Finally, spectrum licensing are a good mechanism to foster mobile communication coverage expansion, and especially when there is market failure, such as in rural areas or underserved areas. So after publishing this paper, we understood one of the main blockage, and that the main blockage is often that, or let's say that some road operators have a great trouble to rely on a third party to deliver a major part of their public mission, and that is really an eye-opener here. I must say that this thinking is evolving as bilateral discussions have started in some member states with the MNOs, and the long-term perspectives are clarified between the two. So now that brings me to the next paper, which is, which is a mechanism that we try to clarify in terms of expanding the network capabilities to fulfill the connected vehicles requirements. Okay, so this paper was describing, well, let's take it like this. The main objective was to facilitate the discussion between road operators and MNOs, and make sure that mobile networks serve the needs that are expressed by these ones. And it's really a kind of playbook that clarifies some of the questions between the road operators and MNOs. We clarified what is the expected. Sometimes we call it the digital twin, the digital infrastructure, whatever the name. It consists of a very simple needs, list of needs. And the bottom line was to make sure that we maximize the information that is flowing to and from the road users in their vehicles or others. And three things were raised. Is first, we need a reliable digital representation of the static road parameters or data. Then second, we want to get access to information or data from and to the roadside infrastructure and dynamic road parameters. That's the second point. And then a third point, which is clear, is to make sure that we provide a sufficient mobile network coverage alongside the road network. If we don't have these three elements, we are not going to establish really something that may look like a digital twin or something that has a good collaboration between the stakeholders on the road for ITS services. So a few points that were raised as very simple ways to make sure that we are getting things on coverage on the road. Making sure that we have access to some infrastructure. It can be lampposts, traffic lights, noise barriers, etc. Use the existing power that is available and lend it to make sure that that the MNOs can operate their equipments, and use existing fibers or the duct that are around the fibers. And finally, simplify the permission. And I think these 4 points would really make things life much easier for the mobile network operators to eventually provide this the services that are expected by the road operators. So yeah, I could have stated the other way around. Road operators can provide key elements that improve the network expansion. An example of some aspects that have been very useful for the community is the example of Germany here. The example is giving the clear obligations related to the coverage and guaranteed quality of service. And if you look at the quarterly report of the 5G Observatory, you're going to get more details from the different member states. But here I took only Germany. So the message here is that you make sure that you lay down clear deadlines and requirements. It helps the MNOs to know what is expected from them, but also what the OEM can expect from these services. It's much easier to invest in a framework that is clearly paved along a clear timeline. So this led us to try to understand how the road operators should express clearly what kind of connectivity they want or require on their corridor. So we wrote a few recommendations that could guide them to interact better with the mobile network operators. This is really obviously not an obligation, but it greatly helps if it can be clarified. For example, what is your policy driver? What are the kind of use case you want to make sure that is available along these corridors? Obviously, you know, if you pick RTTI services, it's going to be a completely different story than if you pick teleoperator driving. So another point is that often the road operator does not really know what is the current status on their road in terms of coverage. They know the lack of coverage at some places, but they need really a more granular monitoring of their connectivity situation before they engage with the mobile network operators to have a joint cooperation. And another issue, mobile network operators also, they face this fact that they have a disaggregated, non-competitive nature of the road operators on a specific geographic area. That means that they cannot talk to one single entity. And this is a major failure when engaging with the MNOs for a good cooperation. Now, the second batch of questions was to select possible policy aspects that you as a mobile as a road operator would like to use or improve. Make sure that you have clear coverage obligations. I mentioned it. Provision of the road infrastructure that could be accessible but for the MNOs. Spectrum options, clear rules and clear, but also fair for the different mobile network operators. What is the incentive for rural coverage? What needs to be done at cross borders? What if you create a neutral host model for the infrastructure sharing, etc., etc. And now last is really to make sure that together you establish a stepwise plan to involve all the right stakeholders, not necessarily only the MNOs and the road operator, but perhaps other more local governments that needs to be involved. So the third paper, and I see that my time is relatively, is that I wanted to bring to you the cooperation. I have 2 slides on that one. Cooperation model is a paper that was relatively short, and I repeat here only very summarizing what I said earlier. And what we want is to achieve simplified site permits, provide access to passive infrastructure, and shared use of the road furniture. And so 4 cooperation models have been identified. The first one is more like MNOs take over and then invest and then make sure that you have the 5G network. Not completely sure that the road operators would be then engaged, and that may create a problem. The second is where the road operator or the rail operator invests in the passive infrastructure, acts as a broker for access to these infrastructure, and make sure that eventually all MNOs can install the equipment. The third one is where the government actually assigns a neutral body to manage the road infrastructure assets and make the further investments. It's similar to what the tower companies are doing. This spreads the cost across many interested investors along the roadside, and there is a real potential between the ones that want to put base stations and perhaps the ones that want to put roadside units. And then the fourth is a more specific co-investment at different places by a consortium of different parties that are then combining the different elements. Now, finally, I would like to talk about the seamless customer experience at cross borders. And we could sometimes call it network reselection improvement. Just among the scenarios tested and with increasing efforts, we have a baseline today, which basically gives us a user plane interaction of 30 seconds at best, but sometimes 2, 3, and even sometimes 5 minutes. Now, the second scenario that has been tested in different projects is the one where with minimum effort, which requires some extension to the roaming agreements, we use the S10 interfaces for the roaming and eventually reach a 1 second user plane interaction with IP continuity. And then finally, scenarios that are a little bit evolved using the S1 interface, which requires more extension in terms of roaming agreement, plus some more bilateral configurations that usually goes to less than 100 milliseconds user plane interruption. Now, why are we at 5GA very interested in these? Because we want definitely to address this cross-border seamless experience in Europe. We are using, or we are actually collaborating with GSMA. The size of the problem is actually considerable. We are looking at 70 borders in Europe, each of them having 3 MNOs on each side of the border. And recent discussions have taken place at the Digital Innovation Forum, where different CEOs of the MNOs, of the European MNOs, clearly put this topic on their agenda. And so we are very happy that this picks up some momentum. And there is a clear target from 5GA members that we should use, or we must use, the CEF2 digital funding to address this pain point for all the stakeholders. Now, as a conclusion, so 5GA is in a constant contact with the road operators. They express their interest and then they ask questions. We try to answer. So there is an exchange. Now, a simple set of MNO road operator cooperation points have been identified and to guarantee the right level of services on the road network. Now, the best cooperation usually consists as enter in contact with the MNO, get some kind of contractual arrangement between the interested parties, but avoid going for regulations, because regulations eventually in this industry just delays things. And then finally, we definitely want to use the current funding stream for solving the seamless user experience at cross-border, which is becoming a major focus of the mobile network operators in Europe. So with this, that was a bit of a quick one, but I hope that I covered well different points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maxime, and probably we will see a couple of questions coming in here from the audience. We will tackle it when in the discussion after having the full panel completed, and then let's see. Thanks very much, and by this I'm handing over to Steve Phillips. Steve, stage is yours. I guess you've been made present already. Okay, very good.
Now I can speak. Thank you very much. Thank you, Edwin, and thank you, Maxime. I thought that was a pretty good. No, it was a really good, I think, introduction to the complexity around some of these issues. So I'm pleased to be able to speak here, and I hope you can see the screen properly.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, just to start. So my name's Steve Phillips. I'm the Secretary General of CEDA, Conference European Directors of Roads. You can see that on your screen. I guess following the discussion that we had this morning, it's probably important to put this in context. What is CEDA? So CEDA is the national public road operators or public road managers, the agencies. We have over 30. Actually, more than 30 national road operators engaged in that. Now, in some countries, those road operators are, those road agencies are the direct road operators themselves. So that's very clear, and you will see that they are in many cases running the motorways, the national roads. In others, you will also have concessions. Where the private sector is running, and you will all recognize this driving around Europe, where the private sector is running specific parts of the network. In many cases, it will be the CEDA members that, if you like, is the client for those concessionaires. So that's one of the aspects that we need to take into account. Of course, we have very good cooperation with ASICAP. Joost mentioned it this morning, which is the association that represents those concessionaires. But at a national level, you can understand these are commercial relationships. They have long-term, often 30, 40-year contracts. So there is there are elements that can be dealt with at a national level which are maybe very, very different. Then yes, we have another level of complexity when Joost mentioned the cities. Well, pretty much every country in Europe has a different relationship with its cities. So that's one of the elements that we try to take into account, of course, as the national road authorities. Many of them take it as their role to ensure that we are closely cooperating with those cities, but in many cases those cities often have a very different governance structure. So that kind of puts us in context. We also talked about some of the similarities or differences, should we say, with the road and the rail sector. Now, again, we cooperate very closely, I think, with the rail infrastructure managers at Europe. Some of them are indeed common members. But through this, we recognize, yes, there are some key differences between the road and rail sector, even though we try to cooperate as much as we can. And one of them, which I guess is very, very relevant to this discussion, is the fact that, here we're dealing with DG Connect. Day to day, we're dealing with DG Move, but of course, when we're talking vehicles, often we're having to deal with DG Grow as well. So when we're talking about the consistency and the harmonization of legislation, we've got a number of different DGs that we have to discuss in this environment. Anyway,
Steve,
Yep.
Steve, just a quick intervention. It's like we do not now we see your screen advancing. Okay, thank you.
That's all right. I was just talking to my title slide. Yeah. So yeah, moving into this. So I guess my first slide is talking about the potential, or in fact, I would say the reality, because it's not just the potential, the reality of what we can actually deliver. So there is a clear recognition. I think we heard that in the presentations this morning. We can underline that. Road traffic certainly needs a strong evolution of digitalization and data sharing. We're doing that already. Absolutely key priority there is road safety. And there are some caveats on that. For example, motorways are already very, very safe. So we do need to move in many respects onto issues around the road safety. I mentioned the urban areas, but also the rural areas. More than, I think it's 58% was the last figure. More than 58% of fatalities are in rural roads. So this is, that gives you a flavour of the challenge and the coverage that we need to deal with. Enabling automation, of course, is one of the issues. CEDA itself, many of the road operators, we're not doing this to drive automation itself, but really for the benefits that we will get from automation. So issues around, improving the reliability of freight transport, improving our targets towards decarbonisation, other environmental and societal issues, and a lot of that is developing the suitable digital infrastructure, which will enable us to support that and manage it. Digital asset management, that hasn't been mentioned yet today, but there is also the question of how we actually manage our own assets. How we, for example, what is the relation with the Internet of Things in how we monitor our bridges and our pavements and our tunnels, and how do we operate those in a much better way? And I guess, again, one specific model I would also throw in. We talk about maintenance, but I would also introduce the concept of construction, because we are heavily engaged in the automation, the digitalization of construction. And I guess one dream project would be, let's look at some of the large construction sites where we have automated vehicles and we're using the digital manufacturing to its highest degree. If the 5G station is put in at a construction site, then it will stay there for the motorways and the roads that rest there afterwards. So I think that there's some maybe quick wins we can look at there. Data sharing between the vehicles and the infrastructure, is absolutely critical and relies on this connectivity characteristic. And I guess this is one of the strange aspects again of this discussion is, in terms of CEDA's or the road operators, use of the data, a lot of that does rely on how the vehicles are going. So whilst we can have these discussions with the MNOs about coverage, at the end of the day, a lot of the data that we want to share and give also that depends on the vehicles being able to use it in the first place. So we really have to, align our roadmaps, our investment cycles, because quite clearly, we don't want to be investing in the rollout of this technology if the vehicles are not going to be using it for a whole load of reasons. Some of them, again, I would suggest, one difference between road and rail is in the road sector around data, we have huge privacy issues because clearly, independent vehicles have very different privacy issues than trains. So this is one of those issues that we also need to develop. But clearly, I think the common goal of all of the stakeholders is there. We would underline, we must be cooperating from day one. I think we're already in day one, and Maxime has identified and showed some of the discussions that have been going on. But I don't think we're there at the stage where we're finding these evolution paths where we will really find this mutual benefit, because road infrastructure operators, we really are looking to find out how we can cooperate with the telecommunications sector, because sometimes we don't really understand. Putting aside, the commercial aspects, this is really a case of we don't really understand sometimes where your business drive is coming from. And I have to say, some of the slides again we saw this morning, it's great, looking way out into the future, but we don't see in many cases how some of those are really going to help us with our core priority tasks right now, and how they're going to start delivering from day one. So there's the whole issue of how we, if you like, get on the same page and understand what we're really trying to achieve with cooperative, connected, and automated mobility. Just to take that CAM acronym we've been talking in CEDA terms, we talk about cooperative, connected, and automated mobility, and of course we're active with many of the stakeholders in driving forward the EU partnerships on that. Now, where are we today? Again, I said we're already in day one. Digitalization of road transport is already on its way. We already have data shared. Indeed, Maxime mentioned it himself. We're providing data onto the internet. It's there. It's being used. We're cooperating with the OEMs with the data for road safety platform. So data is there. We're also, we have to highlight, this has been mentioned, the whole area of CITS, which is being rolled out. Now, maybe it's if we look back over the last few years, maybe we walked into a problem area where, for many of us, CITS was a much broader concept. Again, closer to what we've already talked about in terms of CCAM. Over recent years, maybe it's been associated with very specific technologies. Maybe that was a problem in the approach. But certainly, when we look at this connected environment, we are talking about a complementary hybrid approach with all aspects of direct communication between the vehicles and the infrastructure. But we have to underline, as I say, the existing CITS rollout is already on its way. €500 million of investments already on the infrastructure. We can expect, our discussions with DG Move, we can expect to see this even more embedded as we see the 10T regulations being rolled out. So, there's clearly a huge backbone of activities that have been there. But what we can see already, and I think that's the positive side of this, is we can already see the impact that it's having on the safety environment and efficiency. So it really does, set a good framework, I hope, and really gets you interested and convinced that there is, a future which is around cooperative, connected, and automated mobility. So how to go on? And this is my last slide. Sorry, I didn't have lots and lots of pictures. This was very text heavy. But we need, we need to have this strong cooperation that Maxime mentioned. We need to, work on that and work on the new opportunities, and indeed building on the existing opportunities that exist on the road network. But again, I would underline, the existing infrastructure. And when we talk about the existing infrastructure, we're not only talking about a few roadside units. We're talking about all of the back services, the behind the scenes services, the operational services, which have often, far outweigh the costs of the deployment of a few roadside units. It's all the systems in the background, but many of those, if you like, are very heavily reliant on what we've already invested. So what we are looking for really is, is to build on this existing backbone and existing on the foundations that we have. So having said that, Maxime talked about the access to the infrastructure. Again, I think I would highlight that, if you want the access to the foundations, if you like, then let's build on both the physical and the digital foundations that we've already built. So this is not just the physical infrastructure, the fiber, the power, etc. This is really about building a really user-centric cooperation models for real deployment. And again, we're talking about the CEF2. I would also stress, we should be really talking about building a solid foundation for the future, a solid partnerships, and I think there'll be different ways that we do that. We should not be looking at continuing fragmented project landscapes, which maybe have limited legacy. I think we have to move on from a lot of these these pilots and trials, and actually move into really working on this, because I think we're all absolutely convinced that the market for this and the growth for this, and okay, the road operators will play its role. We need, as Joost has stressed earlier, the OEMs, but not only the OEMs, the whole of the automotive sector to get engaged in this. We also need, I think, to look at the passenger services and the freight services. Again, I think these are absolutely critical sectors that need to be engaged in this, because I think we're absolutely convinced there's a huge market for this. It is a win-win. But if we don't get this cooperation working and moving on, and I hope Peter, with the CEF 2 program can help this. If we don't, then we're going to lose years of development. We're going to lose trust, and we're going to lose confidence, and that is, would be a real shame, because I think there is a momentum growing here, but we need to be much clearer with how we communicate that to not only to the outside world, but in many cases to our ministries. Again, being public road operators, the CEDA members do report to their ministries. Some of those ministries have ministries of transport, for example, have close cooperation with the Ministry of Telecoms. Some of them don't. So, we're dealing in a very diverse landscape here, but I'm absolutely convinced that at the operational level, we can find this cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Very good. I believe that is also pretty nicely resonating the spirit we were trying to achieve with the strategic deployment agenda, which was issued quite some time ago. I believe it was during the pandemic. So, and we will need to build upon this one. So thanks very much. And without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Wim van den Bergen, and let's have a talk about the Dutch view, and the not only Dutch view, but the 5G blueprint views as well. Example for role of road operators. Wim, the stage is yours. And you need to unmute.
Of course.
That helps a lot.
Yeah, that helps indeed. After a year and a half home working, still the same error. Apologies. I hope you can hear me now and can see the slide. Okay, great. So
Yes.
thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk here today. The advantage of having great speakers like Maxime and Steve going before you is that I think that everything I've prepared for this 5 minutes pitch has already been said. So I will use the force of repetition to convey the message extra to all of you. So so I wanted to start with just a few words about me. So I am Wim van den Bergen. I work at the Dutch Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. So basically the Department of Transport of the Netherlands. And as just being highlighted by Steve, I wanted to indeed touch upon the fact that the ministry is actually not a road operator. The ministry is typically in charge of defining policy, legislation stuff, assigning budgets, like budget allocations are a big part of the job, and also typically where I come into play, performing projects that cross the boundary of what a single road operator would do in the country. Because that's, as said before, only looking at the Netherlands alone, not even Europe, but in the Netherlands alone, there are a lot of road operators. Well known, of course, is our national road operator, Rijkswaterstaat. They are in charge of the highway network mainly. But if you go look at the smaller roads, the municipalities themselves are the road operator for these. So if you look at that type of road operator, in the Netherlands alone, you have 350 different road operators, different actors to take into account. Well, you should, because indeed these smaller roads, we heard it from Joost also, if you look at the use case and the end user experience, yeah, you need to cover these roads also with your use cases. So a lot of actors, all under the road operator umbrella, but you can go further than that. Also port areas, harbors, they are typically also the road operator of some of the roads in their area. And as mentioned before, mainly better known in other countries, but your private road operators with tolling are also road operators to take into account. So a ministry is not the same as a road operator. Well, sometimes they are all seen as one big whole, but they are not. They are just different actors in the public domain. And the road operator also does not exist. So it's a complex public ecosystem, all with a link, of course, to the topics we're debating here today. It's important to make that distinction and important to realize this when in the next slide I'll go through some insights that I wanted to share with you. And even this slide even does not contain all the full complexity you need, because it was mentioned also ministries of economic affairs. They can also influence these kinds of populations greatly, for instance, with how they organize the spectrum auctions, how they define the spectrum blocks in size and order when they auction it, maybe if they define coverage obligations, like in the Netherlands, we have coverage obligations for certain roads already since the 3G spectrum auctions, which resulted by today in good coverage along some of our main transport corridors. So even those ministries not depicted here are also actors in the public sector to be taken into account. So like there is no single voice of the industry, there's no single voice of the public sector in this domain. So that's something I wanted to emphasize today. Now, putting that aside, focusing back again on the road operator, which was the topic of today, what could be a possible role in the context of 5G enabled CCAM services? Well, first of all, it's important to realize a road operator, what is the main business of a road operator? It's managing roads, of course. You can consider them as two types of roads. Since the start of the concept of a road operator, this of course has always been the physical roads, the building, the asphalt, the concrete, and so on. And recently, it became well accepted that a road operator also is in charge of the digital road. And the digital road, what is that? Well, you can really divide that in two blocks, being data and mobile network coverage. First, zooming in on the data, as a core responsibility of a modern road operator, there are two types of data that should be made available towards other partners in this ecosystem. The first one, static data, road topologies, information about static signs, speed limits at these roads, and so on. That's one big block of work. And then you have the dynamic data, which is information coming from traffic lights, matrix signs, emergency vehicles, and so on, what I would consider being ISAT level C. So indeed, it's that type of information that is being considered in the Netherlands as a public responsibility for the road operator to bring. So how we are tackling that in the Netherlands, together with the industry, the private and the market players. So in the end of 2016, we started Talking Traffic, which was mainly about really large-scale deployment of CITS day 1, day 1.5 use cases using the long-range approach. So 4G connectivity and cloud services. Formally, the partnership has ended at the beginning of this year. It was an innovation partnership, a new type of procurement, but we have put a suitable governance on it. So today, this is still going together. The public sector is producing some data sets, the private sector is others. And for the public responsibilities, some things we are doing ourselves, others we are procuring. So this is all being continued even if the project context has been removed. So if you want to know more, please check out our website. There's also a data dashboard which makes clear what we as a public sector have taken on our shoulders. So that's a bit about the data side. Now going to the mobile network coverage side, the connectivity part of the digital road. My opinion, my view from previous experience is that a road operator should not be seen as a mobile network operator. Sometimes it's considered normal that, or trivial, or how to say, that connectivity would be provided by the road operators. But if you just look at what the road operator is challenged with today, this is definitely not trivial to expect the road operator to become in charge also of roadside connectivity. If I look at these domains here, the data, for instance, it's a lot of work getting that just collected. You need to really collaborate between all these municipalities, the small road operators, the big ones, a lot of legacy systems that need to be connected, new traffic lights that need to be deployed. Just this alone is already a lot of work. And this is then even a lot more work and a lot of more budget consuming. We need to build 1 million new houses in the Netherlands. These people will have to travel from their houses to their work or to their leisure destination. So you have to, first of all, think how you should do that. Do you just build new houses in the countryside, but then you need probably big additional highways to connect them? Or do you say, no, we add the capacity for living in the cities, but then you need to make sure that new ways of mobility become in place? Big debates, decisions pending, a lot of work pending. So these are the concerns on ministries, on road operators today, taking all our attention and all our budgets. So if you are thinking then, okay, who should provide connectivity at the roadside? Here are the specialists, the mobile network operators. They do this on a day-to-day basis. So I wouldn't expect the road operator to take up that role of providing connectivity. That's their role. But as in previous presentations, of course, we can collaborate to make sure that these mobile network operators can provide the coverage easier and quicker. And one of the classical examples for doing so is the concept of reusing existing public fiber infrastructure laying around the roads. And that's a concept that we are investigating in depth in the 5G Blueprint project. It's a project that I'm the coordinator of. It was mentioned today before what it does. It's basically about validating if 5G could enable the concept of teleoperation in the domain of transport and logistics, but not as presented earlier today in the context where teleoperation is a backup solution for an automated vehicle that got stranded. No, the other way around. We are looking at teleoperation as a first solution to put on a non-automated vehicle so that you can still let it be driven by a human, but the human should not be physically present at the vehicle anymore. There are advantages on that. You can reduce idle time, you can attract new human capital to solve truck driver shortages and so on. It's a very interesting project. I really invite you to look at our website. One topic we are investigating is indeed that fiber sharing, because indeed it's at first sight it's a great idea, right? The fiber is laying around. It was a big investment. Use it for this mobile network. It's can help our citizens. It's also not the first time that this is actually being done in the Netherlands. There's even a company, Reliant, it's called, which is doing that today along the rail network and the high voltage power line network. But when you zoom in onto the situation for the roads, there are a lot of questions to be solved before you can really say this is a feasible idea or not. And that's what we are investigating. We are investigating to which level can you share resources? Is this only the level of ducts? Can you assign dark fibers, or can you even split up lit fibers in a part of the road operator and a part of for the MNO? But first of all, we have to know for sure, is there even overcapacity at the roads today that we could share? Because maybe that's not the case. And if there is, how should we organize this? Should we put a broker role in between? Should we, how to get access to the physical resources? Are we allowed as a government to do this? Or is this from a legal perspective? Or is this interest disturbing the market? How would the financial model look at, and so on and so on? A lot of very practical questions that really can influence the feasibility of this concept. The deliverable with all the results, unfortunately, I cannot present them today, but by the end of January, you should be able to find them also on our website. So please keep a look on what we are publishing there. I think this is a very classical example of how we could collaborate. Other things were mentioned already by Maxime, which I also included here because we are liaised with 5GA, and I was participating also in that context in the NetExp work item Maxime just presented. You could think of other things to do together, like seeing if you could accelerate building permits, although I do not really think this matches with the road operator role. Put it a bit broader under the public government, putting it on the right actor. We could also see if you could share locations or power lines from the road operators and so on. So these are other models of how you could collaborate together, but all of these also need further study, further debate with this complex ecosystem. But I think the main message I want to give is indeed we can help, but we cannot take over the role of providing the connectivity. I think the main actions there are with the mobile network operators and that existing ecosystem who has shown that they can just deploy new technology, provide new connectivity services quickly. Yeah. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Wim. So, and likewise, MNOs have not necessarily a right to play to manage roads. So in such regard, there is a good match. There shouldn't be an overlap. There's a couple of synergies one could see here. Thanks very much. So we come to the next section, which is related to views from technology and service providers. And I would like to start with Dirk from T-Systems with a 5G Croco view on edge computing and federated cloud. Dirk, are you ready? I see you already. We see your screen. You need to pick the right presentation and then keep it going.
Now I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you. We still do not see your presentation. I hope you've been assigned presenters rights, should be the case. So,
can you see the presentation?
Not yet. It was just your desktop. Now we see the summary slide. You're probably at the end of your.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Dirk Hetzer with Deutsche Telekom T-Systems, and I'm here as a responsible technical manager for the 5G Croco project. And of course, I will not repeat all the issues we have already here this morning from Fortina, from Jesus, from Maxime for this project activities. I will only put some highlights what we are doing. We have 3 use cases selected: teleoperated driving, high definition map generation, and anticipated collision avoidance, to use these use cases as example for technical solutions in cross-border environments. It means all of these use cases are presented right now. I'm already here in Schengen area for the next 2 days to show how this is working in real network environments, of course in dedicated networks here, and what are the challenges, and of course how are the technical solutions for this. And of course, I will not repeat all the issues we have. I will really go in a very detailed point here and to show that we have used mobile edge computing to avoid big breakers. And it means we use the mobile edge computing in different network operator environments to go for such an local breakout with an approach make before break. And it means with such an mobile edge, we are able to have a smooth interworking between different mobile operators, and we have an more or less seamless service continuity in this teleoperated driving use case. And of course, we have seen it from Maxime. There are different solutions how to deal with this cross-border issues. And in the 5G COCO project, we could present a technical solution how such cloud approaches will help in future to overcome this cross-border outages. And maybe in future, it is also a good approach to support functional safety in a country, to switch possibly from one operator to another if there are strange constellations or problems. What we learned in total is that we are able to show or to have these use cases in this cross-border environment with all the requirements we heard, according latency, bandwidth, and so on. And we can use this mobile edge computing for real seamless cross-border scenarios. And the trials have also really in real environment shown that such change of operator between operators, between countries is possible today. And of course, it's quite complex from a technical point of view. So there is something to do. As Deutsche Telekom, we have already services on the market for mobile edge computing, mobile edge X as example. And such services, of course, have to be extended to this constellation that you will change then this operator behind the service. But our project has shown that this is possible, and this is one possible way to go for new edge solutions. Thank you. I'm open, of course, for questions.
Thank you, Dirk. We will come to questions which can be asked by the attendees using the chat facility. We are collecting questions. I already saw a couple of questions flooding in, so we will come back to this at the end. So thanks very much for the time being. And now we prepare for handing over seamlessly, of course, to Jochen and Juliana from Qualcomm. So they will give us a view on technology solutions and options for the service interplay. I hope one of you was assigned presenter rights already. And yeah, looks good. I see Jochen. Very good. So floor is yours. And we see your presentation. You maybe need to unmute, but. And there's Juliana. Very good. Okay. You need to unmute.
Juliana.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Now it's perfect. Very good.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we will present the technology solutions and options for service interplay on the basis of the 600-kilometer 5G common corridor, which crosses borders in Germany, Austria, and Italy. So the objective is to leverage on the most recent 5G advances to provide a multi-tenant platform to support a safer, greener, and more intelligent transportation. Coming to the 5G aspect, we are testing V2N as part of CV2X, plus PC5 side link for V2V and V2I for uninterrupted and low latency connectivity throughout the whole corridor. The use cases include, for example, cooperative and automated lane change maneuvers, as well as green driving styles to improve air quality.
Don't forget to advance your slides, please.
Can you see them? Because it seems I'm having technical issues, so I can't see my own slides.
We are still on a title slide, so
Juliana,
but
we
anyway,
shall see.
We
shall
right,
switch and show our screen. No worries. Just a sec.
Good. Yeah, please. Yes.
Juliana, you just need to get the slides.
Yes, next slide, please. It's the next slide. We can hear it. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I hope you can hear me. Going a bit into the details of the use cases, so cooperative and automated lane change maneuvers is actually the main that we selected here, since this is also giving the opportunity or different challenges and different possibilities to work on these use cases. So there's a centralized solution for these use case, where a server instance is controlling the maneuvers and getting the inputs before from all the cars around, as well as a decentralized one. So where there's more that selected information from the traffic participants are provided over V2N to V, so including there the network, or V2V direct, so using the PC5 link. And this is then helping the vehicles to do their decisions, but there the intelligence is still in the vehicle. It's also a bit a question of the car OEMs, which one is more realistic, as far as I understood, but of course not being so skilled in the art of the cars and so on, is that they like to keep the control in the cars, also due to liability reasons and so forth, which of course could also be clarified in the later stage in the future, that also a server can control everything, right? And these use cases, and in particular the decentralized one, is enriched by warnings from about a approaching emergency vehicle, which can also be broadcast for the longer distance by the long distance communication, obviously, so using the 5G network, or also via PC5, or there could be a kind of switch over. And also here the PC5 direct communication is used as an important redundant link. And there's then also the implementation actually that the higher automation level of the car will be enabled depending on the KPIs that are actually reached. So like, how are the link qualities? Are there redundant links at that moment? Also positioning accuracy is some topic that is also assessed here with precise positioning implementation that also use the long range to get some additional information here. And also maybe mentioning there can also be RSUs involved. So we have CV2X supporting RSUs that could give some information from the road operators that could again influence the cars here. Maybe moving to the next slide. The cross-border challenge is of course there. A lot of things were already mentioned here. So as we know, inter-PLM handover is normally not implemented by the operators currently. The strategy so far was to keep the customer in the own network as long as possible, And there were even some agreements, sometimes maybe gentleman agreements, that there is some coverage into the neighboring countries, so to avoid the ping pongs of people who are living close to the border, or if the network might be not that super optimized at that, so that you don't have these kind of spillover effects. This, of course, has to be changed if you want to have a seamless cross-border experience. And we were in the project putting in some steps, possibilities to update this. Also, there were some things in Maxime's slide. I think that was also some feedback to 5GA here from us, partly. So equivalent PLMN is helping a lot. So this is working out in a much quicker way, that the device is in the new network and can re-establish the service there or do the registration there, which of course needs some time. And we have also some plans to put some active redirection in. So when the source cell gets weak in the old PLMN, the UE should be redirected to the new PLMN, which should reduce the service interruption further. And of course, in the network world, also mentioned by the different people already today, of course, there is a big advantage if you use local breakout instead of home routing. And on the Mac piece, this timely creation and move of needed Mac instances is also something that our colleagues are working on. So more the people on the core and these Mac instance implementations. So this is of course also something you should keep in mind, that you should be connected to a Mac being in the network that you are visiting currently, and with this home routing, so which is also not the normal thing in the current mobile networks, which gives you advantages and which will be needed for this kind of seamless experience for the users. And then next slide, and I guess Julia will take over.
So thanks a lot. As I mentioned in the beginning, 5G Common focused on the green driving styles as well, and has tested them and taken into account that the European Green Deal as well as a sustainable and smart mobility strategy are very important for the Commission as well as for the industry. We can see a great potential to reduce emission, increase safety and comfort by having connected driving. I would like to highlight that we have commissioned a study with the Technical University of Kaiserslautern to see the emission reductions or the potential of emission reduction of CV2X. And we received the first interim results last week, which we have presented in Hamburg as well. And we can see that CV2X has the potential to reduce more than 30% of emissions. This is linked to the peak traffic hours. So if we have more traffic, then this number can be achieved. This is especially linked to the acceleration and de-acceleration of driving styles. So in order to maximize the opportunities which are available, I would like to give you a short overview about our vision when it comes to future deployments. So I would like to highlight that we would like to see the acceleration of 5G deployment and boost for investments to increase Europe's competitiveness. We would like to have the encouragement the deployment of CV2X corridors and road infrastructure to implement smart mobility use cases towards an environmentally friendly and safe transport landscape, and as well as mentioning the leverage of existing corridors as well as extending those, and to set incentives for car OEMs for their participation. And as Jochen and other panelists already mentioned, we favorize the laying ground for seamless coverage across borders. So SAF2Digital is a great opportunity for the whole ecosystem per se, with all players to have really all the different pillars, mentioning the green angle, the safety angle, and the efficiency angle mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, good. We will speak you again at the after all presentations. So hopefully we'll still have some time to answer a couple of questions from the audience. Let's see. Thanks very much, Juliana. Thanks very much, Jochen. And now we switch over to Javier Alvarez from Here Technologies with his short presentation on opportunities for CAM service providers. I hope, Javier, you are ready, and I see already, at least there are some slides, standard PowerPoint mode. Now we are in presentation mode. I don't know if you can also share your camera. If not, for privacy reasons, then this is also okay. And you need to be unmuted if you can't do it on your own. Now we can see you, but we see you are still muted. Let me unmute you. I'll do. Okay. Stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. Thank you to Peter. Thank you to ERTICO. And it's great to see also a few familiar faces today in the panel. Just a short introduction of Here. Here, it's a location technology company. It's a European company. And I think it's interesting because it itself is a consortium. So it's owned by a number of companies. Most of them are companies that are present in the automotive sector, like Audi, BMW, Daimler, Bosch, Continental. So I think in itself, it's an interesting example of the type of consortia, of the type of collaboration business models that we are going to need if we want to develop further this CAM space. So yeah, I have just 3 slides in these 5 minutes to share with you. The first one is that it's a general comment, and I think we've been discussing around this for especially in the first panel, is that if we want to accelerate the speed of infrastructure rollouts in a 5G environment, I think we are forced to work in the maturity of the use cases. And I'm thinking not only technically, but especially from a business model perspective. I think it's evident that the deployment of these new infrastructures, and I think has been mentioned as well, is going to be expensive from a capital investment point of view, and that the return on capital is not yet clear. And that is why I think it's important to understand the business angle, especially for many of the potential use services that we will develop. I think that there will be a lot of new collaboration models and partnerships. I think it will need to be explored. And my comment here would be that to go beyond just the pure security and efficiency use cases. I'll put you an example. We have discussed platooning, for example, this morning. Jesus mentioned it as an example of a potential use case. If for whatever reason platooning allows a company to save in energy consumption, 20–30%, or to increase the time to delivery by another 20–30%, there needs to be a way to connect this economic angle into the deployment of the infrastructure. Today, we don't have that type of model, and I think we will need to think in the future, if we really want to accelerate the rollout of infrastructure, to think how these type of models are going to look. The second message, and being here a location technology company, is that, and I think just mentioned that you need 3 to tango in a CAM environment. Actually, I think you will need more than 3 to tango. It's going to be a complex tango with a lot of, so it's probably going to be more like one of these Mediterranean dances where you have a lot of people dancing around. So it's interesting. I think here what can provide to an element to the mix of functionalities that are going to be required for any autonomous service to work. And I think we have passed that moment in which we thought that autonomous driving could be independent of the network and of the environment. You are going to need to combine at least three very important elements. One is, I think, content in high definition, but more importantly, in real time. that will need to be sourced from different sensors. Some of them are going to come from the vehicles, some from the road infrastructure, some from the network itself. And you will have to cut them across different layers and probably distribute it into different tiles, because they are going to be very data heavy. The important thing here is that you will need to distribute this information in real time. So they will need to be updated in real time, and this is the new element to the mix. At the other side, you will have to also be able to position moving objects in this space. And I think the ability to position this with ultra precision is going to be the new important element. Someone said this morning a few centimeters. I think this is correct. Not only that, it's that I think we will need to move objects from indoor to outdoor locations. So, for example, from parkings or from spaces where they are under cover to outdoor spaces. And this seamless handover between indoor and outdoor locations is not an easy one. And I think it will have to be also incorporated if we have this idea of making connectivity and mobility autonomous. And finally, you will need to incorporate into this mix a lot of data that is going to come from third party. And I think this is very, very important for the development of these new business models and these new future services. So we will have to incorporate weather information, financial information, specific information on the behavior or the activities that the users of the car, of the train, of whatever kind of communication mechanism we are using, and integrate them into a specific personalized type of service. So I think the ability to aggregate these dispersed data sets that we have mentioned is underpinned by the fact that you will need to have some kind of common reality index for all this data to basically connect with each other. This is not a minor problem, and I think companies like here are offering one potential solution to this problem. But I think this is important also for the emergence of this ecosystem. And my third message is that in addition to scalability, which I think is going to be required for this space to work, and we have talked a lot about how much things we need to either standardize or to guarantee that are going to be implemented in a very, very similar way. The business logic of companies today is that they try to differentiate from each other. And I think we can see this almost every day. So at the same time that we are trying to standardize, all our members, or companies, or in this case, companies that are owners of here, but also basically all the telecom operators, or probably many of the road infrastructures, are trying to differentiate from each other. And I think this how to manage this duality, which is very extreme in terms of objectives, between finding ways to build a scale and at the same time finding ways to differentiate, is going to be the key for this space to grow. I think, in my opinion, the solution is to try to have the most modular approach possible to this space, starting from the level of connectivity and infrastructures to the levels of the different platform capabilities that we will need to implement, going to the computing areas where edge and cloud infrastructures are going to be incorporated, including everything that is going to be about data, consent, and privacy management, and ending up all the way to the top in APIs and toolkits that are going to be offered to developers to basically to attract that innovation and all the applications and services that are going to be implemented. I think the more modular and open this space is, and the more standardized the interfaces between these different elements are, I think the better for the whole ecosystem, for the sustainability of the whole ecosystem. So this is the end. I just want to remind you that this is the company vision. We would like to enable an autonomous world for everyone, and I think that the key here is to make something that is sustainable as an ecosystem, but also attractive for all the different companies that are going to participate in this ecosystem, being big or small companies. So I think I made it in my 5 minutes. Thank you very much, and happy to continue in the conversation in the panel.
Javier, thank you very much for the contribution. And yeah, and now we switch over to the final block, and I already see Raul being ready for presenting his view regarding public funding on 5G corridor projects in Spain. Raul is from Cellnex, and he probably also brings in a 5G Med perspective. Raul, have you been already unmuted? No, I have to unmute you. That is what I've done. And you have to.
Can you listen me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. I share my screen now.
Please.
I have an issue with that.
Every tool is different.
Sorry, I have one issue with.
Wait a second. I'll just confirm here to have you presenter. No, you are presenter already. Okay.
Yes, I'm the presenter, but I have one issue to show my slides. If you can pass.
Okay, so my question goes to ERTICO, if you can share a slide and then just replay as Raul asked you to advance. Okay, good.
Okay. Thank you to invite us to this workshop. I think that it's quite interesting to understand which is the future of the actual corridors projects and which are the next steps that the member states and the different companies needs to take into account to scale the knowledge that they have currently. Please, next slide. Yes, we are focused in our project on the cross-border area, but we are thinking about which it could be the scalability of that project in order to have the sustainability of the different activities that we have to it in the next years, okay, for the different stakeholders that participate here. We see that we have focused on 65 kilometers between Figueras and Perpignan. We saw that we have identified 4 different scenarios that it's a realistic or is the real environment that we can find it in any other corridor. Okay, we have areas where there are no any synergy between rail and road. There are areas where there are mutualized sites and without any synergies between rail and road. We have common infrastructure that it could be mutualized between rail and road, and areas where the MNOs has not coverage for different reasons. So at least one operator or all the operators hasn't got coverage in different areas, okay? The other important thing is that we have saw it that in more than 35% of the roads and rails in that section are close, are very close, are less than 1 kilometer. That means that it's possible to find this kind of synergies and to make sustainable business models in the future. But there are another issue that it's quite interesting to understand is 55% of the roads hasn't got access to power very close to the road, but it's the opposite in the railways, and it happened the same in the have a curious situation in the demand side. No, the use of infrastructure in the railways is discrete, and on the other side in the roads are continuous. Please go ahead with the next one. As you can see, this is a small experience, a small analysis, but if we think about the scalability in Spain of that corridor for the Mediterranean and Atlantic corridor, that it's more or less 5,700 kilometers, that means that we need to take in account this experience to try to find it, which is the best way to do it. This is only one part of the high speed roads in Spain. In Spain, we have more or less 12,000 kilometers of high speed roads. Okay, go ahead in the next one, please. Okay, if we try to understand how to deploy these 5,700 kilometers in Spain, and we look for one MNO, we saw it that they have a what we say here update, we have more or less 25% of the sites that cover 85%. What is happening in the future when the adoption of CCAM services will grow up? That means that in this area, they need to densify the sites to provide the level of services that each one of the users needed. But on the other side, they need to fulfill, to have this continued coverage, is 50% of area that it's not covered. And he hasn't covered it for the rest of, for the last years, okay? But we can move to a different scenario. What happens if we utilize all the infrastructure from the different MNOs? We can obtain a 90% of coverage. That's good. That means that the 28% of this infrastructure, it must be updated and complemented with elements from the different MNOs. It will be necessary to work, depending of the adoption of the demand, on this densification of these 64% more or less. And we have reduced the areas where are not coverage. Okay, that it's more or less 8%. We don't analyze the synergies between rail and roads. If we analyze it probably, we can have more reductions on that. That's the first step that we have it. Okay, and how in Spain is moving to cover this? Please go to the next slide. Okay, in the recovery plan that the national government has designed, there are several areas to fulfill this 5G with different technologies. These areas. Okay, I introduced here 3 of them. You have a link where you can have all this information about this recovery fund. But basically, there are, you can see that there are 3 topics that are, and 4 topics we can say, but R plus D, automation, sustainable. It could be the 4th one. Well, 4 tracks that are horizontal for the different ministers to work on that fulfill of the coverage and the needs of the industry. Can go to the next one, please. The first minister that is in charge of this kind of deployments is the Minister of Economic Affairs and Digital Transformation. They have a clear a plan to cover 100% of those corridors in 2025. This is the on the right, you can find it. But currently, the situation is that the expression of interest, it was launched in February, it closed in May 21. They are analyzing and it's pending for the second phase that it's called PERTE. It's called make a clear indication of how it could be the different scopes that it will be use it to fulfill the objectives that they haven't. But we have shown it that there are an open debate about the passive and active infrastructure, how to mix them, and these kind of things. Okay, it's something that probably in the next month we will find it more conclusions on that. But currently, this is the situation in that minister that is in charge of all the frequencies and all these things. Okay, go to the next slide, please. The second one is the Minister of Transport, Mobility, and Urbanization. Okay, that's good because we have all the elements that it's needed from the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure in one minister. There are several areas where they are working. They are in the same situation that the previous minister. They have launched the expression of interest. They are analyzing, and we don't have any clear call in the next month or the rest of before the end of the year. But there are several areas where they know that they need to have this connectivity in order to increase this needed for the autonomous and connected mobility and these new mobility services that it will be launched in the future. Please can go to the next slide. And the third one that I think that it's the most interesting, because we have talked about the infrastructure, we have talked the physical infrastructure, we have talked about the digital infrastructure, but we need to talk about the industry. And the Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism is in charge of the most advanced activities currently to activate the adoption of these connected and autonomous vehicles in the future bike industry. Okay, they launched the expression of interest like the other ones in February 21, but they have published the PERT in July 21. In the next weeks, we are waiting for the basis to the different calls, and the first call on connected vehicle, it could be probably in the next month. It's quite interesting, this one, because at the end, we close the circle of the different stakeholders that could help that this vision to have this more sustainable mobility, it could happen. And it's quite interesting to understand that they have what they call interministerial table. It's an area where the different ministers of the different representatives for the ministers align their visions and align their programs and try to find these synergies and don't duplicate and be more effective on that. That's a current situation in Spain. But for us, the question is, okay, we can go in this direction in Spain, but what is happening in the rest of the member states? How to synchronize these programs with the rest of member states and the CEF2 programs? And that's a big question that it's quite interesting for the stakeholders that are currently working in deploy or try to find new ways to work on this area. Thank you very much. This is my last slide. Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience at the beginning. But I think that it's a clear message. Okay, we have a clear vision that it's needed. There are several things that are happening, but it's necessary to have some kind of synchronization between all the actions to have accelerate and multiply the effect of the investments that each one of us are doing. Thank you.
Indeed, thanks very much, Raul. And now up to the last panelist or speaker today. And thank you for your stamina. Darius Stravinskas, he will be talking about cross-border cooperation among member states, looking at the example of Via Baltica. So Darius, I hope you're still with us and ready to speak. Yeah, I see you, I unmute you. You have been assigned presentation, right? So very good, so the floor is yours. Thanks very much.
Hello, everybody. Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, do you see my presentation?
Absolutely. All fine.
Good. Perfect.
All set.
Yeah, so thank you for letting me to participate in this event, and it's a very high pleasure. And I would like to introduce myself. I'm working in the Ministry of Transport and Communication in the Republic of Lithuania, and we are working near the CEF2 digital funding program and to get to prepare all and to do all necessary things that we would be eligible for this funding. So I would like to share my experience and our experience, actually, what we are doing and how we are preparing for that. So first of all, we have cooperation between the Baltic states and Poland on the all road of Via Baltica and Rail Baltica. So starting from 2018, there was signed a memorandum of understanding between Baltic states, and Lithuania signed a letter of intent between with Poland as well on connected and automated driving development in Via Baltic transport path. Accordingly, later on 2020, there was signed a memorandum of intent between all Baltic states and Poland, all four partners of the Via Baltica and Rail Baltica transport path in developing 5G connectivity and connected automated mobility in the North Sea Baltic corridor. So in these all letter of intent memorandums and memorandum of intentions, we agreed between the countries that we are coordinating and working closely on all the issues related to the rail and Via Baltica covering with 5G connectivity, and especially preparing for CEF funding. So from these agreements, we started to work each country and to find out all the necessary infrastructure, what was necessary to implement, and that would be used for 5G connectivity in the future. So starting from this year, we already started as Lithuania preparing the investment project for CEF2 digital funding, and we are analyzing all the necessary infrastructure passive that would be needed to cover all Via Baltica and Rail Baltica transport path with uninterrupted coverage. So we are looking into mast and towers, optical fiber, electricity, doing radio planning, calculating all the ducts, and especially working on the model between the consortium partners that would be used to manage all the infrastructure that will be built in that future and used by the CEF funding. So from all that investment project, we are planning to finish it this year, and for sure there are many questions that raises for us as well, to know if there would be the active infrastructure or active equipment funded by the CEF Digital as well or not, because we want to finish that investment project till the end of the year, and to calculate or evaluate all the necessary parts and to be ready for the application of the CEF for the first, let's say, for the call that will be on 2022. So according to that, we signed a memorandum in Lithuania between all the stakeholders, let's say, which are related to the development of 5G infrastructure along these transport paths. So the Ministry, National Regulatory Authority, main MNOs and road administrator, rail and motorway road operators, let's say, administrators, and municipalities included as well, signed a MOU on applying and starting cooperating and collaboration, working on for preparing the application for CEF digital funding, and later on all its implementation. So with that work, in a couple of weeks, we are planning to start and spectrum auction of the 5G radio bands, in which we have the obligation for the coverage of the Via Baltica and Rail Baltica transport path with uninterrupted 5G coverage till 2025. And it's of course it's very important to know, and would be very good to know, to have more clearance on what the 5G coverage will be, enough for the autonomous driving. But anyway, we will see. We will adopt all the ETSI standards for that, let's say, implementation of 5G connectivity in the Via Baltica and Rail Baltica. As well, from the RRP plan funding, we additionally foresee finance for 5G infrastructure deployment to the other states' roads, let's say, and it's foreseen about 50 million to be funded for the infrastructure, and additionally 25 million for the 5G test best implementation from RRP. So with all that said, actually we are looking, and to be prepared on the first call on 2022 of a CEF to have all consortium member or stakeholders ready and prepared for application to get that funding, and we do see that we want to finish and be ready, let's say, with 5G connectivity in the Via Baltica and Rail Baltica transport path already in 2025. So we had all these intentions and, let's say, resources that are working and preparing all the necessary material for applying to the CEF funding. But for sure, there are many questions that we need to be answered before we can be succeeded, let's say, with this. And yeah, we have the questions about more or less the consortium will be funded directly from the different countries, or only all the project will be funded, and the consortium which will apply for funding should be included from all 4 member states, let's say, related to the Baltic Rail Baltica transport path, or separate countries will have to apply. So this is the question we have, and of course the criteria that the projects, let's say, from the different countries or different cross-border projects will be selected and let's say funded. So what is these detailed or concrete exact criteria on which the projects will compete, and what the funding will they get depends on on the passive infrastructure or active as well. So more or less with that on, yeah, I would leave the questions to the audience if there are, because I have to leave in 5 minutes. So just thank you for attention.
Darius, thanks very much. That was a very interesting one. It sounds like you would deserve extra funding for this kind of, say, support action to get everyone together, and would be really interested and eager to understand in more detail in terms of sharing best practices, how you managed to get everyone together, the various actors in the combination of cross-member state, to get this kind of memorandum of understanding and willingness from the various players to jointly apply for the respective funding. So that will be interested once we have completed all the, say, call it the applications, to really share a bit the best practices, how you manage doing so, because it sounds like a couple of things which have been done in terms of aligning cross-member states before you just start doing projects and then tap into issues like different allocations of 5G spectrum or rules different, and also different level of engagements of the various players, road operators, MNOs, you name them. Some are interested, some might not be interested. This is the normal thing, and if you have managed to get everyone, say, all ducks in a row, as we would call it, then it would be a perfect example, and probably lots of insights which could be shared with the audience here. So thank you so much for time being. Indeed, we are unfortunately running out of time. All the presentations were really good. Probably we need to find a way how to kind of, say, collect insights. I was looking at the questions. Interestingly, there weren't so many questions coming in via the Q&A panel from GoToWebinar. The ones who asked stuff have already left, and I would say there were questions like, yeah, which spectrum was used in project, for example, Carmen, frequency bands. Is there a model for using principles of, I don't know, MNO business models for also redistributing electricity from road operators, so probably selling electricity from road operators to interested parties, be it MNOs or so. all interesting, but the people have already left. I'm not sure if they will see an answer if we can tackle it here. I would say, since we are really now in overtime, we unfortunately have to close now, but probably this is desperately crying for a follow-up workshop where we probably have really very short presentations or initial statements, and then taking it from there and having a lively discussion, as we had during the first panel, I have to say, but second panel was a bit packed, I have to admit. Peter.
Yeah, sorry for that, Edwin. Indeed, you had the challenge to have a quite packed panel, and it was very rich, indeed, what we got there. So really happy with the workshop today. I thought it was super interesting. I think both providing some basic information for the newcomers that want to get the latest update and see in which direction this is going, but also for us that are talking on this quite some time. So I think we got very important updates. So yeah, I don't want to make a longish conclusion now on the substance, just to say that indeed stay tuned also for this 5G IA working group. If you go on the 5G PPP website, you can see the publications of this group. If you're in the project, you can also join the group. And that will be very interesting. They will be also the ones that will take care in the future when the Smart Networks and Services joint undertaking is now building up, to take this role of coordinating the strategic deployment agenda, these kind of discussions. So it will be the central point for that. So looking forward to that, and indeed we will, as Edwin said, also organize events. We can also think about an info day where we will, when the work program will be ready, to really look at the text and answer more operational questions when it comes to submission of projects, what people want to know, and maybe also do some networking offers also by the working group to build up the pipeline of projects. So I think, and also get maybe contacts from member states. I think we have seen very interesting presentations there. They have, of course, also the role in the corridors to pull together the different stakeholders and facilitate. So in that sense, in terms of timing, the work program, we hope to be able to publish it still this year. So in December, in the worst case, beginning of next year with the calls. And then submission deadlines for the early wave will then be coming in the spring. So that will be the first milestone also for the studies. And the studies, the inception studies, will be the ones preparing the bigger projects as part of the first big wave. So this I showed this morning, and the presentations will be made available by 5G Mobix. We will, once this is done, also the recording will we share with all participants the link, so that you can look up the different presentations and the content. And with that, thanks a lot to Edwin, to the second panel, all the panelists, to all the participants. It's going down, of course, now with my conclusions that are not anymore that rich. It's going down towards like 1:30 now, but I think really quite impressive this participation. Okay, with that, unless other colleagues want to add any comments, I will thank everyone. And hopefully we can also meet in person very soon with the different colleagues, either in Brussels or at other locations. And with that, I wish you all a very nice afternoon, and a good luck also for the preparation of the first ideas for proposals that might be coming soon. Many thanks.
Very good. Thank you as well. Cheers, bye.